All right, let's go ahead and call the work session to order. Ted, I'll turn it right on over to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to open up by giving an update on a previous application that was denied. It's 1005 Jefferson Street, if you'll recall. The commission denied a request to demolish the contributing structure on Jefferson Street. The applicants had filed an appeal to go to city council, but had decided also to meet with the neighborhood and meet with staff to see if there was a resolution to solve this without going to appeal and demoing the whole thing. So in meeting with the East End Neighborhood Association president, as well as Preservation Idaho director, it was decided to allow them to go ahead and proceed with the original plans that they were approved for, and they would keep the facade of the structure intact and about 3 feet of the sidewalls intact as well. So our management, we all met together with the Neighborhood Association and Preservation Idaho and thought that that was probably the best outcome we could get. If they would have proceeded with an appeal, we thought that there was a good chance they would have probably got approved for their appeal to just demo the whole structure. So we did go ahead and approve them to proceed with the original plans, keeping that entire front facade plus the sidewalls in place. And so I just wanted to give an update to the commission on that because it was something you did deny, and there's construction going on it right now. So anyway, any comments or questions on that?
Yeah, Ted, I have a question.
I think you're muted now, Devin. And I'll just add to that while Devin is fixing his technical issues. I'll just add that we wouldn't have proceeded with that without the East End Neighborhood Association and Preservation Idaho basically signing off on it, because without them approving, or being in line with what was being proposed by the homeowner, it just would have got any approval we gave at staff, they would have appealed. So it had to be kind of a come together and say, do you want to take the chance on them going to the city council and possibly getting a full demolition of this, or do we want to come to this kind of middle ground, so to speak, and try to save at least the facade of the structure?
All right, I'm back. Ted, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any way, I don't know if there's an answer to this, but is there any way we can be notified when some of these denials, actions taken on them afterwards? Only reason I bring it up is on this case, I had multiple people calling me on this when they were demolishing the house, and I had no idea that it was approved to do the further demolition and just keep the front. And there were some pretty upset people calling me, and I know I called you on it and said, what's going on? But I don't know, is there any way that we can be informed on actions taken on denied items? And I don't know if you have an answer for that right now, but if there's a way to do that to be good.
Right, and we could shoot out an email just a notification email to the commission when something like this happens. There just can't be really any discussion over email on it, right? So we don't want to cross into any ex parte lines or anything that's not appropriate as far as discussion. So it would just be an information item and then follow up with a work session discussion like we're doing now. So yeah, I think we could certainly do that.
And Ted, maybe it's up to us to look it up on the city website if any action's been taken when we see those things. If that's a safer way to do that, and notification isn't. I understand. I guess I understand the obstacle with notifications to have a discussion. So maybe just the onus needs to be on us to look it up.
Yeah, or you could give me a call and like you did, and I can just tell you what happened. So it's, yeah. So we'll work that out. It's not common that something like this happens. So it was actually the homeowner that wanted to see if something could be done without having to go to city council and on the appeal. And so, like I said, we decided up front that we had to have Ina's buy off on it as well as Preservation Idaho, because they were kind of the key players in leading up to that as well. So they were on board with at least ensuring that part of the building would be safe.
Okay, thank you.
So I will go ahead and go over the agenda. It's a fairly long one this month, and most of it, if not all, will be heard. Item number 1, though, is they are asking for a deferral again to the December 28th hearing. They're still trying to work out things with the design, and they're also dealing with floodplain issues. So they have a lot of technical stuff that they need to work out on this project. So it's taking a little bit more time to pull everything together. Item number 2 is an appeal that we will hear. Item number 3, also an appeal that we will hear tonight. Item number 4, DRH 20-00403, will be heard tonight. If you have questions specific to any of these, go ahead and chime in as I go through it. Item number 5, also an appeal, has been withdrawn. We may see it again in the future, but we're changing up a few things on this one. But for now, item number 5, DRH 20-00443, is requested to be withdrawn by the appellant.
Do I need to state that at the beginning, that it's been withdrawn?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
That'd be a good idea.
Great.
Just in case people are hanging on the line. Item number 6, DRH 2453, will be heard. And item number 7, DRH 2463, will also be heard. Item number 8, DRH 2467 at 820 East Jefferson Street, is proposed for the consent agenda. We have not heard from any neighbors or anyone opposed to this, and the applicant is agreeable to the conditions of approval.
Is there any opposition to item number 8 being put on consent?
No, I'm good with that.
Great. Let's go ahead and put item number 8 on consent then.
Item number 9 as well. We have not heard from the neighbors on that specific application. No opposition. This one probably could have been considered a staff review, except they were adding the historic front porch back onto the structure. Which kicked it to the commission review. So that one is proposed for consent as well, as we've heard nothing from the neighborhood on that.
I'd like to hear that one actually, Ted.
Great. We'll go ahead and hear item number 9.
And item number 10 will be heard as well. I believe we have some comments on that as far as the setbacks go by the Warm Springs Historic Association. So I think that is our agenda. So we got rid of 2 of them, one on consent, one with a withdrawal. So the rest will be heard.
And the deferral, right?
Yeah, the deferral, yes.
Yeah.
So three off of the list that won't need to be heard tonight.
Fantastic. Are there any questions for Ted?
Hey, Ted, can you give us an update on any other previous denials that have been appealed to city council that are coming up to make us as commissioners aware of?
Yes.
I prefer to attend those city council meetings if I can, since we work for them. And I'm always interested to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, so tomorrow, December 1st, the appeal of the 5th Street project, you'll recall, that's the one where the contributing house had been demolished. And they came back with new construction plans, and the commission denied that application. So that is being heard tomorrow by city council. And Cody Riddle will actually be presenting that one to the city council. Tomorrow, as well, is also the commission approved removal of a property on Heights Drive from the historic district. That one had to go to city council for final approval. It's not an appeal or anything, just a final requirement by city council to hear that and approve it. So that'll be tomorrow as well. So there'll be two items that you've seen before tomorrow. January 12th is the appeal of the Bannock Street property. If you'll recall, the same night that you heard the Jefferson Street request for demolition, there was a Bannock Street property in the East End that was being requested for demolition, contributing house. So that one is going forward to an appeal to city council on January 12th. And that's all I have on appeals for now.
All right. Thank you, Ted. That's a lot.
Any other questions for Ted before we call the work session to an end?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Ted, do we, and maybe I need to ask this question during the hearing, but if so, just please tell me. But I have a question about garage door height as far as what our codes are for like RV parking. And I'm unfamiliar with that. We have one coming up in the agenda with a higher garage door height. So maybe it's appropriate to ask it then, but if it's something we can talk about now, great. Otherwise, I'll ask it in the meeting.
Right. So, in the past, it's rare we get those kind of garages. Occasionally, we've had them in the historic districts. And basically, we don't really we don't tell people they can't have, a garage door like that, but it does certainly have to fit in design-wise with the regular requirements of the guidelines, lot coverage, height, massing, and stuff like that. So it's sometimes difficult to get those kind of garages on a property, just because in the north end and in the east end, the properties are typically smaller. The houses are typically smaller. It's difficult to get something like that, but occasionally we do. And I just review it like I would any accessory structure or garage. And it's just about the design, really, and the massing.
Thanks, Ted.
Okay, with that, let's go ahead and call the work session to an end. And we'll take a short break before we jump into this, hopefully not so long evening.
Right on.
Should I go ahead and get started? Great. Today is the 30th of November, and this is the scheduled time and place for the Historic Preservation Commission meeting. I am Chairperson Montoto, and I now call the meeting to order. I'm going to turn it over to Ted for our little hybrid introduction, and then we'll go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening and welcome to this hybrid meeting of the Boise City Historic Preservation Commission. A few things to start out with for the good of the order. Everyone from the public entering this hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you will be called upon and unmuted. We will ask if you have slides to share or if you can use the planner slides for your visuals. If you have your own slides, you will be promoted to a panelist. This may log you off for a moment and log you back in when you'll have the capabilities to share your screen. A quick overview for Zoom. The capabilities and options are different depending on which device you're using. If you're on a smartphone, you'll be limited to only speaking and sharing your camera. If you're on a computer, you can share your webcam or your screen when called upon. Some laptops might not have microphone capabilities. If you wish to speak over the phone but watch on your computer, the phone number for this hearing is listed on the email you received when registering for the hearing. For both smartphone and computer participation, there are controls on the bottom of Zoom to virtually raise your hand when you wish to speak on the item you're interested in. If you're attending on the phone with no visual capabilities, you can raise your hand virtually by typing *9. There is a chat function in Zoom. This is part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. If the chat function isn't available for you, you can email zoninginfo@cityofboise.org with any technical issues. Our procedures for public hearings begin with a presentation from the planning team. Then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we proceed to public testimony, starting with those who signed up on the electric sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We will provide a 30-second warning and then stop you at 3 minutes. We are strict with this time as it is limited in city code. Then the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Tonight's agenda and proceedings will be almost the same as your regular hearings, except we might have a bit of delay as we work through the technology. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by city council. We make final decisions on projects within the city's historic districts. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. So that's why it's important to give your name and address when you testify. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and there's no public opposition, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then the public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. Victoria, will you please call the roll?
Koski,
Here.
Maroney,
Here.
Weaver,
Here.
Brown,
Here.
Pape,
Here.
Montoto,
Here.
6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. Have all commission members had a chance to review the minutes from the October 26th, 2020 meeting? Does anyone have any comments or changes to the minutes? Hearing none, I will now take a motion on the October 2020 minutes.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Weaver,
I move that we approve the October 20th meeting minutes.
thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Victoria, would you please call the roll?
Koski,
Aye.
Montoto, Maroney,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Pape,
Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Wonderful. Thank you. Before we jump into the agenda tonight, I do want to let everyone know that item number 5, DRH 20-00443 Matthew Swank at 1501 North 13th Street has been withdrawn. So if you are here tonight for that item, we are not going to be moving forward with that. We do have one item for deferral, and this is item DRH 20-00441. That's item number 1 on our agenda this evening. Cole Kruger at 2117 North 17th Street. Is there any member of the audience wishing to speak on this item? Do we have anyone virtually, Ted?
Madam Chair, no.
No, great. Thank you so much. I will take a motion on that deferral.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Commissioner
Go
Porter.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move that we approve the deferral for DRH 20-00441.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Victoria, would you please call the roll?
Koski,
Aye.
Maroney.
Oh, that was an aye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Weaver,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Pape,
Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Great. And we do have one item for tonight's consent agenda. That is DRH 20-00467. And that's item number 8, Amy Allgaier at 820 East Jefferson Street. Does the commission have any questions on this matter? Great, seeing none. Is the applicant present?
Madam Chair, I believe Josh will be logged in virtually and checking for
Fantastic.
participation.
Ted, can you hear me?
Oh, Yes, hi, Amy, we can hear
Hi,
you.
hi, I am here.
Are you in agreement with the recommended conditions of approval?
Yes, we are.
Great. Ted, was there any written opposition to this matter?
Madam Chair, there was not.
Great. Is there anyone present tonight wishing to testify against this matter? Please virtually raise your hand. Great. Sounds like we don't have anyone. So seeing none and based on the representation of the applicant and lack of opposition, item DRH 20-00467 will be placed on the consent agenda. I move that the consent agenda and all items on the consent agenda be approved subject to all the findings and conclusions and conditions of approval agreed upon for each application. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Koski. Victoria, would you please call the roll?
Paskey,
Aye.
Maroney,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Pape,
Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and jump into it. The first item we have on our agenda this evening is DRH 20-00384. Ted, can we please have the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item located at 1502 West Franklin Street and is an appeal of an administrative approval for work completed on the rear of the property, including windows, patio area, landscaping, and fencing. This is an aerial of the property. It's here on this corner piece. And then these are some images provided by the applicant showing the area of work to be done or that was done. Should be noted that the work was completed prior to getting approval, so this was somewhat of a retroactive. After a code complaint, the applicant came in to get retroactive approval for the work done. So you can see there is patio work that has been done, decking, railing, and then the window area here that is actually an outdoor bar area. These are just some other photos of the work that was done. I should note this structure, I believe, operates currently as a bed and breakfast and is going to be reviewed by City Council on the 8th for a permission to operate as a tavern. So that will be approved, that will be reviewed and approved or denied by City Council on the 8th through a conditional use permit. So the grounds for appeal on this generally are as follows, or as you can see on the screen. The application does not disclose that the rear windows are fake cover for a commercial bar. That isn't explicit in the actual request, but it is pretty, if you look at it, it appears that the windows do cover a bar area. Still, this is something that would be approved. It's on the rear of the house and is something that is certainly something we would normally, if they had come in prior to doing the work, that I don't see it as anything that we would not approve, being that it's on the rear of the property, not readily visible. The applicant omits a big screen TV that's affixed to the exterior of the house for commercial showings. This wasn't exactly part of the request either, so it's unclear whether this is a permanent fixture to the outside, in which case it may need to be reviewed. If it's just a TV that is placed outside and moved, that's not typically something we would review, so it's kind of one of those things that not sure if we would even need to review this or not. However, as it wasn't reviewed, it really can't be part of an appeal because we didn't make a decision on the big screen TV. Historic house has actually been converted into a commercial tavern, concert hall, or event center. I know this is, as I stated, this is something they're trying to get approval for through city council. And there is concern that they've already started operating with this business model. However, we were quite clear in our approval of this project overall that the use is not our purview. The use of the property as a tavern is not, or the requested use of the property as a tavern is not the purview of the historic preservation decision. So that again is going to city council through a conditional use permit process, but that isn't something that we would make a decision on. The applicant disregarded zoning, was cited, now misrepresents changes made to the building and why. That's true. The applicant, the property owner did the work. Code complaint was filed. And so they came back retroactively through our DR process, our historic process, to ask for that approval. As I stated before, if there's something that the appellant is referring to besides the TV that we didn't review, that we don't know about or didn't review, then it really can't be appealed because there's not a decision on it. Rather, that would be a code enforcement violation or a code enforcement complaint if there's something going on that we haven't reviewed and approved. But it wouldn't really be able to be appealed because there's no decision based on something that we haven't reviewed. And I should note that a lot of this stuff we wouldn't require a review on. For instance, the wood decking, we wouldn't have required a review on that. And some of the tables and some of the other work we wouldn't have required a review on. The main thing certainly is the windows and the opening would have certainly required review. And this is, I just discussed this slide, so this is just what I had just talked about. So with that, staff does recommend denial of the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Does the commission have any questions for Ted? Great. Is the applicant present?
Could we confirm with Mary that the applicant goes first in this situation?
Oh, Mary,
I can't remember. Sorry, my mind's kind of.
that's a
just want to ensure
great
that.
point. And that would be the applicant filing the appeal or the applicant?
The applicant would be the original, what the original approval was for. Who did
Okay.
the work. The appellant would then be the person who
Right.
appealed.
Mary, could you confirm?
Yes, that is correct. The appellant in this matter would be the first to be able to testify.
Great, thank you. Is the appellant present?
Mute. Okay. Hi, this is Tom Anderson.
Hi, Tom. Could you please state your address for the record?
It's 1416 West Franklin Street.
Wonderful, thank you. You have 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. May I share my screen?
Just one moment, Mr. Anderson. You will rejoin as a panelist. Okay, you should have screen sharing capabilities. It's the green button at the bottom of the screen.
Wait, no, it's right. Oh, what? Oh. Okay, sorry. All right, share screen. I push that green button and okay. So as I understand it, the purpose of the is to preserve the historic appearance of the outside of buildings. And so we're looking at the windows. I guess we're limiting this to windows tonight. And can you see my screen with the three windows on the right?
No, Mr. Anderson, we just see you.
Okay, what do I do to change that? Oh, share. Okay.
Great. Now we see your screen.
Okay, so now, do you see this document
Yes.
with the application pictures of the windows?
Yes.
Okay, so these are application pictures of what this change would be. I think, yeah, they had the prior 2018 picture there showing some old windows in the back. And then they're going to replace them with these nice looking windows on the right. And these pictures are from the application. This is a picture from, I believe, their Facebook page, which shows that these windows are more like a trap door that folds up. And then it's an open, big, long, open, oblong, open space that is now used as a bar. And so for most of the day and evening, you wouldn't see those windows back there. You would just see this bar with the things like beer taps and beer bottles and cans and so forth. And so if the question is, and here's a picture of people standing at the bar, and this is from outside on the street, because I know one of the concerns or one of the issues is that this is on the back of the building, and therefore presumably less visible, but it is actually visible from the street. This is taken from actually across 15th Street, and this area where these people are standing at the bar is where those windows are supposed to be. And then in the evening, you see not the nice historic windows, but this big, long, open bar with all the bar activity going on with it. So anyway, so my concern is that it really is not in keeping with the historic character. And I think the analysis by the was that it can't be seen when in fact it can be. And also, I think I've seen other instances where nice wood windows are approved, but vinyl windows are not. And it just seems like that a big open space that is a commercial bar with all of the activity going on inside and outside that bar is not in keeping with the purpose of historic preservation. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Anderson? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is the Registered Neighborhood Association here to testify? This would be Nina?
It would be Nina. Yep.
Sherry, are you here?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. This is Sherry Batazzo from the North End Neighborhood Association. My address is 311 North 23rd Street. Nina has elected to abstain from comment on this issue due to ongoing issues between the appellant and the applicant. So we have no comment at this time.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So now would we, Ted or Mary, would we go to the applicant or public testimony?
Madam Chair, the applicant would then get time to speak.
Great. Is the applicant present?
Yes, we are.
Great. Please state your name and address for the record.
This is Jennifer Berry and Gavin O'Neill, my business partner, is here too. 1502 West Franklin Street, Boise, Idaho 83702.
Thank you. And feel free to just state your case.
Did you want me to share? I've got a small presentation. It'll be very short and painless.
Sure. Let's go ahead and make you a panelist.
Okay, you want to just let me know when you can see this?
You can see it.
Is your camera on?
It is. You can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just our original application. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'm just going to go through a couple points. When we did the remodel of our house, in summary, we had the intention of improving the property, increasing the functionality of the property. We are a bed and breakfast. We moved the property from it was like a women's health and birthing center, and it basically had an asphalt parking lot and a picnic table. And a lot of people used to think the picnic table was a public picnic table because of the public nature of the asphalt parking lot, and had a lot of people stopping by and using that table to smoke, convene, etc. So what we really wanted to do is close it up and only allow people in that were invited in, and that's what we did with the fence. Obviously, we wanted to preserve and enhance the historic nature of the house while upgrading windows, parking, backyard space. You can see it's very different. We chose the low maintenance, low water landscaping that's encouraged by the city, and we really achieved an aesthetically pleasing look. I think anyone that drives by that house will know how much work we've done to that property over the last couple of years. And then, like I said previously, we cleaned up the entire corner and into the alley, and basically the neighborhood has really thanked us for our efforts in cleaning that up and making it look nice, and really changing the amount of people and the type of people that are hanging around in that area. And then we also kept all of our modifications out of the city's stated vision triangles. Just a note on the vision triangles, there was a comment regarding that there was a disregarding of zoning, and that's actually not the intent at all. I think that we had a different understanding of what was necessary for approval or not, and it was because of maybe some information we got from someone at the city, and also the emphasis on the vision triangles. And we have two, since we're a corner lot. So you can see on the map on the left-hand side, number one actually extends 50 feet up 15th Street and 50 feet up Franklin Street, meaning that if you're standing in the corner, you shouldn't see anything 50 feet in either of that direction. Likewise, around the alley, I think it's 15 and 30 feet for number two there. So here's a picture of what you see from vision angle number one, the corner, and vision angle number two, which is the alley. And then just to further go into the vision triangle, here's the pictures actually looking 50 feet in each direction, looking 30 feet and 15 feet into the alley. So we were under the assumption that if nothing could be seen behind the fence or via the vision triangle, we did not need design review. We were corrected with that, and we instantly submitted for design review, and that's why we're here today. So I think Ted might have already shown you these pictures. I'm not going to go into it, but this is on the left, basically what it looked like before. There was no fence, there was no privacy, there was nothing to stop people from stopping by and hanging out at that picnic table. The picture on the right is what it looks like now. We did not take pictures of the windows open. I guess maybe it was just an oversight. I know I was out of town and I asked someone to take the pictures, and this is what they took. It is indeed a bar top. We do open it because we are a bed and breakfast that serves beer to our patrons. So patrons can sit here at our bar top. I think even if we were not a bed and breakfast, we would be allowed to open those windows and sit at a bar top and enjoy them. I have never seen a code saying that we are only allowed to manufacture or install windows that are not able to be opened. So I was a little bit surprised to hear that today. They're awning type. They're not a trapdoor at all. It's an actual construction term, awning. And here's just another picture. We added a good looking dog to the mix. Here's a picture of before and after of the alley, where you can see how the fence just kind of goes around. We actually really cleaned up the back of the alley. You can't really see it from this picture, but there's a lot of just riffraff going on back there. We created a trash station between two houses, bike parking, etc. Here's just some additional views that I think you already saw. That's all we've got. Thank you. From Jen Berry and Gavin O'Neill, Franklin House. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicants? Okay, thank you so much. Are there any final questions for staff before we give the appellant some time for rebuttal? Okay. Mr. Anderson, was it? You have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
So I think the issue really is just the appearance of these windows that you're considering tonight. And if somebody had regular windows that looked like that, but they were vinyl, I understand you might not approve that. These don't open, not just like a window, you might open a window, but they all open as one big panel to reveal quite a large opening in the back of the building. That then what you see is you see inside the building through that to see the beer taps and the wine bottles and the cans of Bloody Mary mix and things like that. So I think just the question is that an appropriate appearance for historic preservation for an historic house to not look like a house anymore, but instead to look like a bar? That's that until that was shut down because of a code violation, it was open to the public. And so you had what was supposed to be, I guess, a historic looking house turned into what now looks like, or looked like while they were operating, a commercial establishment with all of those things that I mentioned. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, and with that, I will go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing, and we'll consider a motion.
Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, I would move for denial of the appeal based on the staff recommendations and the standards of reviews for appeals in our zoning ordinance 11-03-03.09, and based on the fact that no errors appear to have been found in the administrative decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Koski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Victoria, would you please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to have further discussion on that?
I would like to have some further discussion. I think it would be appropriate.
Sure. I felt like
we need to
I'm
ask for
sorry,
discussion first.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't ask. I felt like your motion was incredibly thorough.
Madam Chair, commissioners, I appreciate that. I do want to say that I'm window types are definitely something that we look at from the Historic Preservation Commission end, and the staff has the ability to do that and do that quite well and make those decisions, and I don't see any errors in that. And I would just like to make a comment to the appellant that I appreciate him going through the effort to make the appeal, and while we can only make calls on the preservation side of things with the home, but not on its use. And I would encourage the appellant to pursue that and other ways that he may have to do that outside of the Historic Commission. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Koski, was there any further discussion before we go ahead and vote on that motion? Okay, Victoria, would you please call the roll?
Koski,
Aye.
Maroney,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Pape,
Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda this evening is DRH 20-00401. This is item number 3, Lee Graves. Ted, can we please have the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me get this going. So this is also an appeal of an administrative approval to convert a parking area behind the buildings to patio seating space, close access from the street, create new parking and access from the alley, install glass garage style doors, heated deck, and a trellis, and other associated site improvements. So the subject property is basically these two, and this is the 13th Street pub property, and then the Perea right next door. And this is a site plan for that the applicant proposed for the project. It essentially removes some of the parking and closes off access from, as you'll know, 13th Street occurs along this road section here into the parking area currently. This would pull the parking instead, or access to the property and parking to the alley instead of inside, instead of directly off of the street, which is something that the city prefers anyway. So the parking generally in similar location, but access would be taken from the alley. So cars would be coming up and down the alley to park instead of directly on the property. One of the, as you may have seen in the letter of intent, one of the reasons for the initiation of this was due to COVID and the very strict limitations of indoor seating in the restaurant and bar. And so the applicant wanted to create more outdoor seating, as we have seen this throughout the city and especially downtown, where we have even closed off some streets to create more outdoor seating. So this is sort of similar to that, creating that outdoor space for more to accommodate the clientele in a safe manner. The grounds for appeal: excessive noise due to music and drunken patrons, traffic nuisance and drunk driving, degradation of property value, and the establishment is becoming bad for the neighborhood. So as you'll see, the planning team response to that is these complaints appear to be mostly related to code enforcement, law enforcement, property management issues, and not necessarily the proposal at hand. And then it is further encouraged that the applicant could work with the appellant and any other neighbors on noise mitigation, including barriers and maybe better management and oversight of the property and patrons. Parking changes and the reduction of parking in that back area will also be reviewed through a conditional use permit process through the Planning and Zoning, possibly through the Planning and Zoning Commission, and variance applications for parking, reduce the parking setbacks as well. And with that, staff recommends denial of the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Are there any questions for Ted? Okay, great. Is the appellant present? Great. Please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 20 minutes.
My name is Reed Tokars, 1513 North 12th Street. I should also mention the appeal is also co-signed by my neighbors, Ron and Kathy Whiteco, who are at 1519 13th Street. I can't see if they're on or not, but they co-signed the letter that we appealed with, and I'm going to read a portion of that letter to you now. We believe this project, which represents a clear misuse of the property, will cause undue burden and financial harm to all the applicant's neighbors, including us. The applicant is looking to permanently solidify the city's temporary leniency during COVID to increase capacity at the expense of its neighbors. The specific problems the project will exacerbate and or create are excessive noise, traffic nuisance, degradation of property value, and the fact the establishment is simply bad for the neighborhood on the whole at this point. The first point is excessive noise, which is already a problem. In the last year, the following incidents have occurred more frequently than we can count. Drunk patrons wake us and our children by screaming on the applicant's property well past 10 p.m., often after midnight, while they continue to be served alcoholic drinks. Drunk patrons leaving the applicant's property puking in the alley and on adjacent sidewalks. Music and or televisions playing loudly after 10 p.m. outside, we assume to accommodate COVID rules, such that it is unavoidable within our homes. The latest incident of this was last Monday, and I should note this was submitted on the 25th of September, so chronology is kind of off here. When the applicant played the Monday night football game in the proposed redevelopment space until almost 11 p.m. Patrons were drunk and screaming, and when one of us went to ask them to please quiet down, we were met with, "I don't like this mother effer," in a threatening tone from a group of large drunk men with no staff in sight. We have had to call the police, not emergency numbers, several times on account of excessive noise. Once when the applicant's staff was having a staff party, quote unquote staff party, they told the police, at 3 a.m. with music blasting and the establishment was closed to customers. During COVID, when the applicant turned this parking lot into a party zone, noise at all hours of operation has exponentially increased. If we open the windows in our homes on a weekend or weekday afternoon or evening, it's almost certainty we will hear drunk people yelling. The applicant's plan will make all of this worse indefinitely. On top of repurposing a needed parking lot, the applicant has no firm plans to physically mitigate noise. To make matters worse, the applicant plans to tear down what little noise mitigation there currently is, which at this point is a fence and several trees. Point number 2 is traffic nuisance. At present, the alley in question is lightly used by residents and vendors to the businesses on 13th Street. This project will turn our alley into a standard route for many people visiting the neighborhood, who currently have no business in the alley seeking parking. In fact, our alley will now probably become the first place many people will look for parking if 13th Street spots are full. This traffic causes noise, it increases the risk to the many children who live on our block, and in general adds bustle that nobody wants. More alarming is that we have seen innumerable people leave the applicant's property drunk, get in their car in the applicant's lot, and sit there for 15 minutes or more blasting music and socializing before driving away. Excuse me. The noise aside, now will significantly increase the likelihood of drunk drivers in our alley. In the last several years, the applicant has made no visible efforts towards having staff prevent people from making noise, disrupting the neighborhood, or driving home drunk when they exit out of the back towards the alley. How long will it be until someone leaves the applicant's establishment drunk and backs into a garage or a fence out of the proposed spaces which go sideways, or God forbid hurt somebody who lives on our street? Will the applicant take responsibility for their part in increasing this risk to us against our will? We highly doubt it. Point number 3, the degradation of our property value. Part of living on 12th Street is knowing your neighbors will be stores, bars, and restaurants. However, the orientation of these establishments towards 13th Street is critical. Sure, the occasional customer might come and go in the back through our shared alley, but the parking lot in the back is a reasonable buffer between the businesses and our generally quiet, cozy street, while cars enter and exit the applicant's lot onto Eastman to the north. This project completely erodes that buffer. In fact, it brings what has become one of the most raucous establishments in Boise, literally up to our back fences. Since reopening during COVID, noise has skyrocketed and other unpleasant incidents have become commonplace. For example, one of us had to shoo 3 people away who were urinating on our property, and even caught one trying to urinate inside one of our fenced yards. When confronted, all these people immediately ran back into the PREA parking lot for cover. Tearing down the trees and fences will also make the applicant's property that much more unsightly. There will be absolutely nothing obstructing the view or noise of the refrigeration units and generators the applicant keeps running 24/7 in the parking lot between his building and our houses. Thus, permanently turning the much needed parking lot into a party zone with all its negative externalities will no doubt significantly harm the whole street's property values. Our last point is the establishment is becoming bad for the neighborhood anyway. Lastly, this establishment has become a model for what we don't want in Hyde Park. Today, in the parking lot, thanks to COVID, a few feet from our homes, it's a party destination serving irreverent college kids and partygoers from all over the area until the middle of the night because it's one of the last cheap bars open in the area where crowds can congregate with impunity. The new Perea should be nowhere near a street where families with children live. And it's safe to say we would not have bought these houses if Perea had already completed the improvements proposed. What's worse is that they seem to flagrantly violate COVID social distancing protocols. The applicant's establishment is frequently jammed with people, none wearing masks such that it would be virtually impossible to walk through the parking lot, not to mention inside, without being a few feet or inches from someone else. There's no staff keeping the bar area clean or clear, or helping maintain social distancing. All they do is sell drinks and toss out trash. On the 18th of September, one of us, after cleaning up our daughter's 6th birthday party at 9:30 p.m., asked a group of 15 to 20 maskless, drunk college kids crammed around a table in the applicant's current and proposed new party zone, who were screaming to please keep their voices down, and also noticed that only 2 staff members were working the entire establishment. Later, a bunch of members of this group chased one of us down the alley and accosted and threatened us. The applicant's staff was notified again. There were 2 bartenders inside while 50+ drunk patrons were outside, unsupervised, who then confessed to us that the crowd has been, quote, out of control since they have opened up the back lot and still only staffed 2 employees. Anybody could have walked into or out of the bar in the back patio area and nobody would have known it, just like no employees saw a group of their patrons chasing a neighbor down their own alley to threaten them. The bottom line is this project represents the applicant's opportunism to functionally abuse the property and neighborhood for profit. The applicant is looking to permanently solidify the city's temporary leniency during COVID to increase capacity at the expense of the neighbors. Nobody is arguing these are tough times, and exceptions need to be made during the pandemic to help keep businesses like the applicant's open. The applicant currently has a tent in the parking lot, which upwards of 30 or 40 people I've seen can fit inside. And before that, they had tables spread out throughout the parking lot to keep business open in the parking lot. We're not saying that during COVID, this is a bad or unnecessary thing, but this proposition is permanent and harmful. And we urge all concerned parties within the city to see this for what it is and to reject it. We'd be happy to provide witnesses and or evidence to support all the claims in our position. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I actually have a question, and I'm not sure if any of my fellow commissioners do. You mentioned that non-emergency Boise PD has been called several times.
Yes.
What has been their approach to the situation?
They show up usually, I mean, the shortest was about an hour. The longest was about 2.5 hours, depending on, this is my experience. Ron and Kathy have also called. And they quiet things down and then call me, or I assume whoever would call them, to say that they've showed up and asked everyone to keep it down, and that's it.
And do you find that to be helpful?
No.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions for Mr. Tokars? Okay, thank you so much. Is the Registered Neighborhood Association here to testify?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. This is Sherry Battazzo at 311 North 23rd Street here for the North End Neighborhood Association. And we reviewed the staff report today and looked at the details of this appeal and thought a number of things. One, the Neighborhood Association does wish to support our local businesses, especially during these unprecedented times. And we do see a need for supporting some sort of temporary arrangement while we're dealing with what we're all dealing with. And at the same time, more and more inside the neighborhood, neighbors are dealing with increasing traffic, increasing parking, increasing impacts to their lifestyle into their property. So we didn't want to take a position for or against necessarily the appeal, except to say we do support the temporary actions that would keep businesses alive and going during this time, but at the same time try to find some sort of middle ground between the businesses and the neighbors. And with that, while this is a request for more of a permanent change, we didn't necessarily see this to be the grounds for the discussion at historic preservation. This may be an issue that could be taken up other places as well. So with that, I yield my time.
Thank you so much, Sherry. Is the applicant present? Great. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Scott Graves, 1512 North 13th. So the idea of this entire concept was to not to take advantage of the COVID situation, but when we opened up the back parking lot, which was allowed per our licenses as it is currently, we kind of looked at the aesthetics of the area and how gross and disgusting the alley can get despite our best efforts to clean and maintain it. And so we kind of looked at the whole approach of Hyde Park. I've got verbal approval to change the entire alleyway with the businesses next to me, 1520 13th Street Pub, all the way down to Goodies, and working with ACHD to improve that entire alley and actually beautify the area and hopefully become a model for what an alley can look like. That's where that came from. As far as the, we've even looked at the parking be turned into a grass field instead of asphalt, which is kind of horrible. That was a recommendation by one of our neighbors. Fence trees and shrubs are going to be removed. Additional planters will be added on the surrounding patio areas and parking lot. COVID's been a horrible, horrible time on the restaurants. And so the term naked opportunism is kind of an insult because it's, we're just trying to stay afloat. We're down about 50% for both stores right now for the year. We did have some success in the back lot. What we noticed with that is on a management side, we didn't have the staff. And we were open with limited occupancy. We didn't have the staff to help manage that due to unemployment benefits, et cetera. The noise reduction issue, early morning delivery trucks, I've already excluded those from the parking lot. Reed was kind enough to share a video from a couple years ago from a purveyor, and I was appalled, and that went all the way up the chain to that company. Another neighbor, Dave O'Day on Alturas, had recommended some noise reduction panels for the proposed patio area, and I believe he's going to gift those to us, which would be pretty neat. It's a material called Acousta-Block. I don't know much about it, but so anyway, the idea of this entire project was to beautify the area and take advantage of a time where it is slow, that we can improve Hyde Park. The black and white of it is the neighbor's appeal is all about extortion. He says, because he's talked to realtors that know me, the value of his property has gone down $15,000 to $50,000 if this project happens. And he said he would take a check. Both of my managers were witness to that. He said it could be $1,000 per month for a year or half or so. That's extortion, plain and simple. I also have a letter from another neighbor, Chad Carbis. I have a letter to the realtor in the area, and a letter from Peter Oliver, who's a prominent real estate guy in town, supporting these projects and what it can do to the value of everybody around us. There's hardly a month worth of inventory in housing right now. The value of his house is not going to go down. The tent, by the way, is allowed right now. That was all done through the city. And I think it's approved all the way through end of next December. That's it.
Great, thank you so much. I had one question, but I think you answered it. Are there any questions for the applicant? Great, thank you so much. Are there any final questions for Ted? Okay, if the appellant would like to come forward, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal, or you may yield your time. Just please state your name and address for the record one more time.
Name is still Retail Cars, 1513 North 12th Street. I'm going to assume that that Scott is conceding my points about excessive noise and traffic. The comment that the alley is gross and the neighbors have ideas to clean it up is true. It is. It's dirt. It's muddy. It's dusty in the summer. It's muddy in the winter. Let's repave it. I'll pitch in. I think we can make the alley not gross in a lot of ways that don't necessarily involve adding drunk people to the mix. I love the idea of putting grass back there. I love the idea of more vegetation. If that's what we were here about, I would not have appealed. My appeal is about drunk people making noise and structure, permanent structure that is not grass or vegetation, but is a heated, shaded party deck that we got a preview of this summer, thanks to COVID. And again, nobody is complaining that Scott should not have a tent up in the parking lot now, nor that he should not have had tables there all summer long. We're saying it shouldn't be like that forever because the building, which actually predates, I think, Ron and Kathy, who lived in their home for 56 years. They were telling me stories about how it used to be a dairy. He wants to turn it into a party complex. And we heard all summer what that will sound like and what it will look like and what it will mean for our neighborhood. And we don't want it. His second point that I'm extorting him is kind of interesting because I told him, like, this is how much, I took 4 independent realtors' opinions on what that type of noise and that type of presence and that type of traffic where people are backing out of a bar basically onto my property for all intents and purposes would have on property value. And they gave me percentages that came to several $1,000s. And over the many meetings that Scott and I had to try to figure out how I could support this, one of them was for him to partially offset the damage to, I mean, I can't represent others, but for me personally, my property value that his project would cause. And seeing as how he would stand to make a tremendous amount, probably more money, having more people, more bars, that to me seems like a partnership a little bit more than extortion. So those are addressing his points.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing and we'll consider a motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to move for, sorry, let me get the right number here. DRH 20-00401 for denial of the appeal based on staff's responses in the report and the recommendation under zoning ordinance 11-03-03.09C that no errors found. The appeal should be denied.
Thank you. Do I have a second? And then we'll have some discussion.
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Thank you. Commissioner Koski, would you like to start that discussion?
Sure, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners. While I do feel for the emotion that's involved here, and I'm a property owner as well. I can understand what's being discussed. I just do think that it's not the Historic Preservation's line to have those discussions, as said in the staff report, that those items are best handled through other offices and other ways. So that's the basis for my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Victoria, will you please call the roll?
Koski,
Aye.
Maroney,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Pape,
Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you very much. The next item we're hearing this evening is item number 4, DRH 20-00403. Ted, can we please have the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a certificate of appropriateness request to add a second story to an existing one-story duplex structure and to demolish an existing parking structure and construct a two-story garage. This is the lot here. It is a non-contributing standard-sized lot in the North End Historic District. And it's right across the street from Camel's Back Park to the east. These are photos of the existing house and parking structure. As you can see, it's one-story flat-roofed property operating as a duplex with carport in the rear. This is the proposed site plan for the property. The applicant's proposing essentially 3 covered parking spaces. A duplex does require 4 parking spaces, and the applicant is proposing 3 of those be covered and then 1 external parking space to the south. These are the proposed elevations. This is the east or front elevations. So you can see the added area up here, the second level addition to the existing 1-story will include front balcony area with doors. You'll note in the staff report, staff does require that the windows not be sliding windows on the visible areas of the building, and also that the doors entering the balcony be French style doors instead of sliding doors. The building's about 24 feet high, which is relatively modest for a 2-story structure. And these are some other elevations. This is the garage facing the alley, the small balcony. At this point, the garage is not proposed to be an ADU. An ADU would not be allowed on a duplex property. ADUs are only allowed on single-family properties. And there's a photo looking down the alley. Adjacent houses. Again, the houses adjacent are single-story. However, the height of the proposal again is a 24 feet to height. The applicants were purposeful in keeping the roof flatter to kind of reduce that massing and height. Typically, when we see new 2-story structures coming into the district, they're proposed to be 28 to 32 feet, to the peak height. So this one, in comparison, is relatively modest for a 2-story structure. The neighborhood, this is the general neighborhood. It is a fairly eclectic area. in this neighborhood and the neighborhood behind. You have 2-story houses, 1-story, 1.5-story, a number of new construction houses. The adjacent properties to this, the adjacent property to the south is non-contributing, and the adjacent property to the north, we don't seem to have a survey on it. So I wasn't able to check the contributing status on that. And here are some other houses in the neighborhood. As you can see, it's a very eclectic area of the city, as you've probably seen when you've been at Camel's Back Park and looked across the 13th Street. More houses in the neighborhood. So we did receive some public comment on this one. We continued to receive public comment through today, but we do not accept public comment past Thursday prior to the hearing. But we received about 7 comments on the project. About 5 of those were in support, and then 2 were in opposition to the project. As well, the applicant provided a neighborhood signature sheet of people in support of the project. The opposing concerns are as follows. One of the concerns was that it does block view of Camel's Back Park and the foothills. And the other is that it blocks sunlight to the adjacent property to the north. And generally the massing and design are wrong for the neighborhood and district. And again, just in response to some of these, we've heard the argument on blocking views in the past whenever a larger house is proposed. And we just don't really have any mechanism to say you can't build a taller house, because it blocks somebody's view of the foothills or somebody's view of downtown. We just don't have that mechanism in our code or even in our historic preservation documents. As far as sunlight to adjacent property, we do have in our guidelines, encouraging the use of sunlight and shade on properties and orienting your house and building your house to take advantage of shade and take advantage of sunlight, to use that kind of natural energy on the property. So the property to the north, there is concern that the house may block some of that sunlight, especially the morning sunlight. But again, we don't generally, similar to the view shed argument, we've seen the blocking of sunlight a couple of times in the past with larger projects, and it's generally not something the commission has denied a project specifically for. Now, massing and design, that is an argument that's why we're here, to look at the structure and the design and massing, and is it appropriate for the neighborhood. However, staff does recommend approval of DRH 2403 with the conditions of approval listed in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ted?
Madam Chair and Ted, do we have a street view or view from the street of that block? I know we have one of the house in each neighboring house, but do we have anything further? Because if I recall, they're mostly single level houses, at least on the southern portion of that block.
Yeah, these are single level here. Down further on the block, there's a couple of 1.5 and 2-story structures that I think they appear to be newer construction. I don't have a block view.
Okay, I think you're right. There are some newer construction units on the northern end of that block that are.
I think
so there's
on this slide might be at the end of the block, newer construction.
Yep. And then a second question, Ted, do we know what the height of the adjacent houses are? The height of the southern house on the southern portion of this property and the one on the northern side of this property?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Koski, I wasn't able to get the peak height of those houses. The house on the north appears to be, have a daylight basement or raised a little bit, but I talked to the applicant and they weren't sure what the peak height of those structures are. So I did not get that information. Maybe the applicant has got that information tonight for you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ted? Okay, great. Is the applicant present? Great. You'll have 20 minutes amongst the three of you. However you want to divide that up, you'll just need to introduce yourself with your name and your address. Perfect.
Good evening. My name is Hans Gurman. I live at 2007 North 13th Street, Boise, 83702. I want to first thank Ted Vanagas, Madam Chair, and members of the commission for your time this evening and for your consideration of our proposal. My wife Jessica and I moved into our home 15 years ago. I came to Boise 20 years ago to work for the Boise Smoke Jumpers based at the National Interagency Fire Center. I am a career wildland firefighter, with this being my 24th year fighting fires. My wife Jessica has 26 years in her field as a wilderness, backcountry, and river guide here in Idaho. We consider ourselves fortunate to be a part of the North End neighborhood, a neighborhood that is vital to the city's connection to its history. We love our neighbors and are reminded every day of how much kindness this neighborhood has. Alan and Kim, directly north of us, have been like surrogate parents, and Joe to our south is the nicest person you could ever meet. Our modest flat-roofed duplex was a slumlord's dream for most of its life before we purchased it. Upon moving in, my wife and I set to turn an abused rental into a comfortable living space for both units. Over several years, we have worked very hard to turn it into a vision of attractiveness, peace, and calm. Our drought-tolerant native landscaping has been featured in the Idaho Statesman, as well as in a published gardening book as an example of responsible landscaping in this region. Jessica and I always strive to add positive value to the North End, and we believe our proposal does the same. We have a clear and well-intentioned goal in mind with this project. Being a non-contributing structure, we know it could be torn down and turned into a single-family house. However, we feel that it is more socially responsible to maintain and provide neighborhood housing. Per historic district guidelines, we'll take a property which is an example of inappropriate and move it toward an example of appropriate with respect to the surrounding multifamily and single-family houses on the block. We are not proposing going into any setbacks, are requesting no variances, and are proposing a maximum roof height 11 feet below that allowed. We already have city staff level approval for off-street parking dimensions remaining clear of all side setbacks. Additionally, with my current position as a firefighting pilot for the Bureau of Land Management, I am required by federal policy to have dedicated home office space. In our 840 square foot home, this means that we no longer have a guest bedroom for visiting family and friends. Our proposal allows for a dedicated home office space and provides for a guest bedroom. It also allows us to offer these same home features for another family in the other unit. In conclusion, we're asking for the opportunity to create a space to thrive that will be a benefit to the neighborhood. Thank you, and I would like to yield the remainder of my time to our architect, Andrew Boone.
Thank you. Just please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Bick. I live at 1010 South Forest Street, 83705 in Boise. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for your time in reviewing this project. What we are proposing on doing is currently, as Ted sort of pointed out, the building is a duplex, which has a building footprint of just about 1,680 feet, which consists of two units that are Two units that are 740 square feet each, which is basically one bedroom, one bathroom with a small room adjacent to the bedroom. What we're proposing on doing, and then in the back of the property is an existing carport for two car parking spots that are open to the alleyway and are not secure whatsoever. Not only have Hans and Jessica had issues with people breaking into their cars in the alleyway, but their tenant in their back unit has as well. And one of the things that we're trying to accomplish is to create some secure parking spots so that they don't have those issues and can keep onto their stuff a little easier. What we're proposing on doing is creating a second story above the existing footprint where they will be able to get, they will end up having two units that are now 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. The third bedroom is by creating an egress window in the adjacent room downstairs, which currently does not meet code for egress to be considered a bedroom. And then we also propose on doing a 3-car building structure in the back that does have secure parking in it, and then 1 parking spot that is unsecured that is within the setback areas. Above the garage, we are proposing on having a bonus room. We know that you cannot do an accessory dwelling unit. This is what we're hoping to use as far as storage and an office for Hans, which he needs for his job. To answer one of the commissioner's questions, if you go down the block, the neighbor on the south, Joe, owns the oldest house on the block. I believe her house was built in 1902. All of the other houses, Hans and Jessica's was built in 1974. All of the other houses were built in 2006 or later. I don't know the height of Joe's. I didn't really want to go on her property. Her house is tucked in there pretty good, so I didn't want to try and go in there and measure. But the neighbor to the north is approximately 19 feet off of the sidewalk. It's an 18-foot tall house, and it's a foot higher in elevation where the house starts. The house north of that is 18 feet tall. The duplex north of that is 25 feet, and the duplex north of that at 1301 Hazel is also 25 feet in height.
I'm sorry, remind me of your proposed height.
Our proposed height for the duplex is 21 at the peak. And for the garage is, or I'm sorry, 24 feet for the duplex and 21 feet for the garage. Our proposal originally had a footprint of 37%. And after getting feedback from the board as well as the comments from the neighbors, we decreased the footprint of the garage so that we're at 35%. We got approval from the city to decrease that footprint to a smaller than what they consider standard parking spots for the garage to meet the 35% so that we are in there. And then additionally, based off of the comments that came in opposition, we brought in both the north and south elevations 2 feet in areas where we could and lowered the roof heights in those areas to try and make it easier on both the neighbors to the north and south. The areas that we weren't able to pull in that footprint, we need for headroom for the stairs coming up in the north and to make sure that the bedrooms on the south are proper sizing for bedrooms. With that, I would stand for any questions.
I have one. You mentioned the changes that you made. What was the response to those changes from the neighbors who were initially in opposition?
I have not necessarily heard any direct response since the revisions.
Okay, great, thank you. Are there any further questions for Mr. Bick? Okay, and then Ms. Courtwright, did you want to come forward and speak? Just state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Jessica Courtwright. I live at 2007 North 13th Street, Boise. I guess just in direct response, because we care so much about our neighbors, we have tried to make the design as compatible with them because they do have a garden and they do have sunlight that they care about. So essentially when they built or when they bought their home, our roof height, at the very top of the roof height is at 8 feet 6 inches. So essentially they bought a house considered to be next to an empty lot, you know? So I just wanted to talk about our intention and why we did what we did and how we have brought all of their concerns into, you know, we do care. If you go to sun calculations, there's sun calculations online where it shows where the light is, the sun angle, spring, summer, fall, winter. What we can show is we'll get direct sunlight 365 days a year in a group of those windows, and that their garden will have direct sunlight during the growing season of spring, summer, and fall. I don't think they ever really looked into that. I think they just had this knee-jerk reaction, and we wanted to just make sure that they understood that we've taken them into extreme consideration. I don't know if I can pass these around or visually if you are able to show those, but
Can we do that? I don't know if we can like hold them up. I don't think we have a projector.
Yeah, I mean, normally when, Madam Chair, when all the commissioners are here, we can pass them to all the commissioners,
that's
but.
fine then.
I
I just, yeah, okay. Yeah, so basically I just wanted to, for the record, that the result of our design is that the second stair area will not affect morning to midday sunlight 365 days a year to several of the windows and allow for full light of the garden. We love our neighbors and our community, and we want to grow together. So thank you, and I yield my time.
Great. Then Hans, if you would just restate your name and address.
Hans Gurman, 2007 North 13th, Boise 83702. To answer your question, when we presented the modified revised design to our neighbors, they made it clear to us that they were not willing to accept having a two-story house built next to them. To further clarify, the two houses immediately north to us are permitted as 1.5 stories. It requires 6 steps up from the sidewalk to enter those houses. And our house requires 3 steps down. We're considerably lower. So relative to our neighbors, we're starting from quite a low aspect.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Were there any questions for the applicants?
Madam Chair, I have a quick question.
Sure. Was there anyone specific you were wanting to ask of the 3 applicants?
I don't know. Whoever I guess can answer a question really quick about the windows.
Sure. Okay, Commissioner Weaver, go right ahead.
Yeah, I was actually just wanted to verify that you were okay with the conditions to change the window types to double hung windows and the patio sliding door.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've already picked them out. Yeah, French doors. Yeah, we're all about it. We just, I guess, forgot to change that in the design when we resubmitted.
Great, thank you.
Andrew Bick, the architect on this project, 1010 South 4th Street. Just to reiterate on that, we did review the staff recommendations. We appreciate their recommendation for approval, and we are completely fine with all the recommended conditions that they tagged onto this project.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. Let's see, is the Registered Neighborhood Association here to testify?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. This is Sherry Battazzo on behalf of the North End Neighborhood Association. My address is 311 North 23rd Street. And the Neighborhood Association wants to go on record supporting staff's recommendation for approval of this project. And I want to let you know, we've been receiving emails from the applicant since as far back as maybe August, and now is November 30th. Just echoing what you saw here tonight. They're incredibly proactive, collaborative, and they've been responsive. We received a lot of emails and letters, just like Ted at the city. I think we were copied each time, from the neighbors that supported the project. And we also received the opposition to the project. And because we had so much time to review both the support and opposition, we had the opportunity to take the opposition back to the applicant and say, hey, have you addressed these issues? What say you about these issues? And they just were incredibly responsive each time, just so committed to playing nice with the neighbors. And it seems like it's something we're seeing less and less these days. We did request that they meet the 35% or less lot coverage, which I think was challenging for them to meet the parking requirement. And yet it seems they have. Otherwise, the criteria for support for us had to do with the fact that it's a non-contributing structure, so there's no real demolition involved, aside from that existing parking structure. They do meet the lot coverage maximum percentage for us, and we felt comfortable with the design and the massing, especially after they took so much effort and care to come back each time and keep representing and letting us know they'd met with the city, they redrafted this, they met with their neighbors, they came back with this. So with that, we're on record in support of the project.
Thank you so much, Sherry.
You bet.
Is there any member of the public tonight wishing to testify? We have one in-house, so please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
That's a long way back there. Hi, my name is Tammy Springer. I live at 1519 North 21st Street in Boise, Idaho. I'm a longtime resident and homeowner in Boise's North End, and in fact, this commission room is pretty familiar to me in that we were here ourselves actually asking for the commission's input on a project that we had about 1.5 years ago, and we're just finishing that up right now. And so and actually, Hans and Jess I've known them through my husband. My husband used to rent to them right before they came to buy their house. I'm in strong favor for approval, but I wanted to mention a couple of things that may not be obvious from the record from them, or that maybe that they had neglected to hear, that I think that the commission really needs to hear about them. They came to us, to Dale and I, last spring to ask about our experience and did we have any recommendations. Then they shared with us their design and some of the considerations that they'd had. And you can see all the way through and through the testimony so far, just how much care and effort that they have taken, to Ms. Battazzo's point. They've had to be so creative in this massing and in all of the different, every turn, whatever they needed to do, they've been willing to do with the neighbors and with historic. And understanding from my experience, that's expensive. It's expensive to go through some of the design changes, and it's going to be really expensive to build. And they're happy to do that. They've taken this extreme consideration. They're happy to do that. And this isn't just who is coming in and moving into our neighborhood nowadays. These are people that 15 years ago had to scrimp and save and are still scrimping and saving, and it's the only way that they can stay in their house right now. They're living there only because, from the very beginning, because they scrimped and saved. And here they are again, and they're willing to bend over backward to make sure that this happens so they can actually stay here. That isn't the case around them. The case around them is that there are plenty of people who are renting and continue to rent because they can't go through the historic process because they're just waiting to sell their property. The other thing, just really quickly, I wanted to mention that maybe isn't completely obvious is I've been to their house. It's the elevation matters. Basically, the top of their house is where the property to the north, who's I know a main person contesting this, is where their doorknob is. It's not enough to say 24 feet high versus 17 foot high versus whatever.
Time.
When you're looking.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Is there any other member of the public wishing to testify this evening? Do we have anyone virtually?
Madam Chair, we do. Mr. Pinkerton?
Great. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Pinkerton, you appear to be muted.
I apologize.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name
Okay,
and
very
address
good.
for the record.
Very good. My name is Alan Pinkerton, and with me is my wife, Kim. We live at 2057 13th Street. Our comments tonight focus on 2 of the issues that were raised in our letters dated September 17th and November 10th. So please reference these letters for more detail. Light and access to the sun was a primary factor in our selection of home in 2007, and that was prior to the acquisition of the property in question by Hans and Jessica. The only ambient light in our basement master bedroom and bath, as well as our guest bedroom and bath, comes from the 5 large oversized windows to the south. When we purchased our home, we understood a remodel of the duplex immediately south could occur at some point in time. Consequently, a critical factor in the selection of our home was the existence of the North End Historic District, and as well as the existing design criteria that assured us that solar access would be protected, as there are numerous places within that document that address that situation. The winter sun tracks at 27 degrees above the horizon. At present, this allows sunlight and warmth to enter our home and our main floor windows throughout the day. With access to the winter sun, our monthly utility bills run about $70 a month. The summer sun tracks at 74 degrees above the horizon and allows sunlight to enter our main floor and basement windows throughout the day, and also our raised bed garden. The most recent diagrams that were submitted by Hans and Jessica only show the sun angle on our home during the morning and not the entire day. With the exception of the early morning sun until approximately 9:30 in the morning, the submitted plans show that our house will receive no direct sunlight during the winter. Additionally, there will be no sun in the summer to our basement and raised bed gardens on the south and west side. And please note that these gardens provide us with our vegetables throughout the year. Hans and Jessica have options to increase their living space. They can convert their current duplex to a single family residence, or they can build below grade as referenced in 4.1 of the North End Design Standards and similar to their neighbors to the south and to the north. The bottom line is they have options, we don't. Given the high visibility of the subject location in relationship to Camel's Back Park, it's imperative that section 5.2 of the design standards be given priority in any remodel design. Rental rates on the north end are extremely high. The size of the proposed duplex will logically attract multiple renters in order to afford the monthly rate, resulting in ever increased density within the neighborhood. We object to the proposed plans for a 2-story duplex that will further exceed lot coverage standards and a bonus room that has the distinct potential as an additional dwelling unit. Based on the review of the existing North End historic guidelines, the submitted plans fail to address at least 12 of the criteria and standards as identified, and as such, A certificate of
Time, Mr.
appropriateness should be
Pinkerton. Thank you
denied.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public wishing to testify?
Madam Chair, there's Dave Green.
Great, thank you so much. Please state your name and address for the record.
Dave Green, 1311 West Heron Street, Boise, Idaho.
Mr. Green, you have 3 minutes.
My main purpose is not so much to cause any problems with the design, but a little bit of concern about the process. While there are issues with the design, in my opinion, and again, referencing the North End neighborhood plan and different sections of that, specifically on pages 16 and 17 that talks about the types and styles of homes that are preferential. And of course, this goes back 40 years ago next year. Pretty much everything as far as the historic preservation goes in the North End is based upon that original 1981 plan for the North End. I got to contribute to that then. And there are times when I wonder if we're actually staying true to the purpose of the 1981 North End plan. And I understand there'll be a new one hopefully next year. I do have concerns about the mass. I certainly wish there could have been a little bit of more creativity as far as things like the use of dormers and the basic kind of craftsman style of the homes along the block, being more akin to those things. But I also understand that, you know, there were some objectives here that, you know, Hans and Jess needed to meet. And I believe the plan currently does that. I have not seen any revised plans myself. I've talked to Hans once. I believe Joe's talked to Hans and Jess a couple times. I don't know if she's seen the revised plans. And I'm eager to see them, to see what they end up looking like. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Green. Is there any other member of the public wishing to testify on this matter this evening? Josh, do we have?
Madam Chair, there doesn't appear to be anyone else.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. If the applicant would like to come forward, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. Just please state your name and address for the record.
Hans Gurman, 2007 North 13th, Boise 83702. I want to clarify just a few of Alan's statements. So basement light at their house is first blocked by a 6-foot privacy fence along that side yard that was built by both Alan and I. We originally had planned to build it at 4.5 feet, but on the request of Kim, she wanted it 6 feet tall. And that is the first structure that blocks that basement light, and it blocks a considerable amount of basement light. Second, what we did submit does show morning, midday, and afternoon sun, and it's very clear on any sun calculation website that not just their garden, but their entire house receives full sunlight, spring and summer, and in the winter it receives an abundance of morning sun all the way through midday. There's a huge, large bank of east windows, and then some of the front windows do receive an abundance of morning and midday sun all year long through the winter. With respect to David Green, I did seek counsel and design advice from many people. I did not seek counsel from David Green. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Were there any final questions for staff or the applicant? Okay. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
I just have a quick question for Ted. Do you know?
Sorry, Commissioner Brown, just 1 second.
I believe the applicant team was.
Oh, I'm
still
so
wanting to
sorry.
use their time.
Mr. Bick, please come forward. State your name and address for the record.
Again, Andrew Bick, architect for Hans and Jessica. My address is 1010 South 4th Street, Boise, Idaho 83705. I just want to let you know that we try to be as accommodating as possible to the neighbors to the north and south, considering they're the most direct associated neighbors. We've kept the profile of the roof as low as we can. We've got 412 roof with shingles. You can't go much lower than that and have shingles on the roof. The angle for a 412 roof is 18 degrees, which is quite a bit less than what Mr. Pinkerton was mentioning as far as the sun angles in both summer and winter. And we certainly took some of their issues into consideration, and we tried to soften the elevations on both the north and the south side as much as we possibly could to try and accommodate them to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
Thank you. I had a question for Ted. The property to the, can you just, I guess, generally speak to the properties within this block, which ones are contributing and which ones are non-contributing to the historic district? It looked like there's a lot of non-contributing properties or new construction.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I don't have specific survey information for the entire block, but I would guess that they're non-contributing for the most part. There's a lot of new construction or relatively new construction along this block. I do know the house to the south is non-contributing. And again, the house to the north doesn't appear to have any survey data associated with it. Not that I could find anyway. But again, I don't have specific survey data for every house on this block, but I would guess that most of them are non-contributing.
Okay, thank you, Ted.
Any other questions for Ted? Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing. Before I consider motion, I just want to thank the applicants for their very apparent willingness to work with their neighbors. In my 5.5 years on this commission, I've never once seen someone come forward with sun calculations. I think that is beyond and is the exact kind of neighbor I know I would want to have. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I will go ahead and entertain a motion or some additional discussion. No discussion, no motion. We've got a lot more left, guys. We got to keep moving.
I'll motion, hold on a second. I motion to approve DRH, hold on, just had it. Sorry, DRH 20-00403 with the staff recommendations and approvals.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I have a couple thoughts for us. Is it possible that Ted, that you could pull up the overhead view, the site plan while we're talking here? Thank you. I'm struggling with the height and massing. Although if you look on the rest of the block, there are the height is within the realm of the other homes that are on the north end of this block, even though the house on either side of this is a little bit shorter. The neighbor makes some good points regarding some of the things in our design guidelines. He's specifically mentioning 5.1.2 how it's not appropriate to cast substantial shadows on the south-facing property. I see that, but when you're looking at this plan and this overhead view, you can see that the width of the building facing the south, they set back the second story addition. It appears on the front and on the back of that. So the width of the building to the south on the second story is smaller than the width to the north. So I see that there's been some very specific design intent to minimize shading to the neighbors. And I should point out too that in 5.2.3, which is also referenced by the neighbor that is in opposition regarding height width ratio, it talks about having step backs and broken up segments on the street side, which again references what they have done with this by setting back a portion of that second story. So I'm in agreement with the motion, but I struggle with it a little bit because I understand what the neighbor's going through, but I think the neighbors have done, or the applicant has done an amazing job trying to take care of all those objections as well as possible within the guidelines. So I just thought it'd be worth mentioning for discussion some of those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Koski. Victoria, will you go ahead and call the roll?
Koski,
Aye.
Barron,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Pate,
Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you so much. The next item we have on our agenda this evening is item number 6, DRH 20-00453. And that's Joe Levitch. Ted, can we please have the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The project is a certificate of appropriateness request to demolish existing accessory structures and to construct a 2-story garage. This is an aerial of the property. It is a substandard corner lot, which makes things pretty tight no matter what you want to do. And this one is especially tight. This is the existing house. Sorry, it says parking too, but this is just the house. So you see the house is a 1-story, maybe 1.5-story with the raised basement area. And this is the proposed site plan. So the project would need to obtain a variance for that street side setback for the garage. I believe that's the only variance that would be required. So that would be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then here are the elevations. You can see 2-story with external stair and a bit of a balcony. And the existing structures. And some views of the alley. So with the recommended conditions of approval, staff does recommend approval of DRH 2453. It should be noted that one of those conditions of approval are that the garage does not exceed the peak height of the house on the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Is the applicant present?
Yes, this is Joe Levitch.
Great. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 20 minutes.
Thank you. This is Joe Levitch, 1315 North 26th Street, here in Boise, North End. The intent for this project is to create, to take away 2 basic storage shacks. One is a 1-car garage, and one is a building that was, I'm sure, tucked in the center shot. You can see how they abut each other. And they're really not functional structures at this point. I'm sure they were not permitted, or at least the second one. There is, you can see the power lines in the area, and that'll become part of why we've oriented the building in the way we did. The intent for the project is to create a garage. These people have currently have 1-car parking, and they need to have, or should have, 2 on the outside of the setbacks, and that's what part of this project will allow them to have. The other piece, which is more important even, is they both work from home and would like office area. They can work from home, and rather than having their home turned into an office space, they want to leave the home to be able to use it as an office. And so that's the intent of the project. There would be plumbing in it. There would be a toilet and hand washing sink. I feel like the structure with the shed dormer is an appropriate setup for this part of town. And as difficult as it is to only match the height of the existing home, we are committed to go ahead and do that thing. That was the only real condition that I heard of approval for this project. Trying to think if there's any other questions. I'm here to answer them. It's a pretty basic 2-car garage with office space above for 2.
Thank you, Mr. Levitch. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair, I have a question for the applicant. Did you measure the height of the house? I know we got it looks like 19 feet 9 inches for this structure. I know the home is pretty, at least from the street, it appears to be pretty low. So did you measure the peak height of the roof line?
I used, thank you for asking. It's very difficult to measure anything height-wise for that particular house, but I went to the adjacent house where it was easier to measure, and the underside of their soffit, I got 18 feet. And so it's 18 foot, 3 or 4 is the maximum altitude. Again, measuring altitudes of roof heights is a challenge, but the drawing that I have is conceptual, and obviously when it came time to get a building permit, we would have to alter the height, make sure that it fit within the required no higher than the existing house. Although I have seen where exceptions have been made to this particular rule in certain circumstances, and honestly, if we could have an extra foot or 2, that would be a wonderful thing, as they would like to have a 9-foot area in the base, in the lower section, that leaves very little for structure and head height in the second, at the second level. So I don't know how the commission feels about that, but some leniency with a foot or 2 would be quite helpful.
I have a question.
Thank you. Thank you. And Madam Chair, I have another question for the applicant. So if you're measuring, if you're, estimating the height of the house to be 18 foot 4, is that what you said?
Yes, in that area.
Ish. I mean, that's a foot and almost a foot and a half lower. I'm looking at the design of your conceptual design of the home of the garage. How can you take a foot and a half off of that and still have an upstairs?
Well,
Is that possible?
Where there is a will, there's a way. I mean, that's up to engineering and how high, how thick the floor joist needs to be, and the pitch of the roof. I apologize, I'm a bit of a novice when it comes to doing this, although, like I said, it was in a conceptual state, and I understand the altitude of the structure needs to be commensurate with the home, and that's something we'll have to deal with once it comes to building permits and that sort of thing.
Well, I think a building permit is one thing, but we have to get the height of the building approved today through historic and through the historic commission while we're here. If that's one of the big contending points, and just knowing architecture or construction, I don't see that you can take that current design and just say we'll take a foot and a half off of that. If in fact that's what we're trying to go after, I would think a redesign would have to be done on the building, which I guess I'll leave more comments for later. But that's my comment. I can't see being able to take that much off of that structure without redesigning completely. So thank you for answering my questions.
Mr. Levitch, I have a question as well. Looking here at your rendering, it appears as if it's a 3-car garage, not a 2-car garage, as stated in the application. Can you speak to that?
Yes. That is a very narrow roll-up door for access for lawnmower, bicycles, and things of that nature. It is not a 3-car garage. And that was one of the things that we did as a compromise to meet the 35% lot coverage, is shrunk the size of the building to accommodate 35%, which we meet.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair, I did have one question, and perfect timing because you brought up the lot coverage. So I do see that it says 35% on the chart on there. I also see a 38.61%. Is that?
Well,
a misprint?
thank you for asking. There were some, the actual size of the lot, according to Ada County, was smaller. When they looked at it again, the lot size changed. They were inaccurate, and they admitted it and changed it on the record. So by growing the lot by square footage and shrinking the building, we were able to meet the 35% lot coverage.
Okay, are there any other? Oh,
well,
sorry.
I just need follow-up questions. Sorry. In that adjustment to the size of the lot, is that reflected in this proposal, or is that something that happened afterwards?
No, I amended it with Ted. Yeah, it's kind of a flowing process, and I looked very carefully at the size of the lot and called Ada County, and they had rounded it off significantly, and they have updated most lots, but not all, and so they were quick to return and correctly size this lot. In fact, in the next portion that we're going to talk, or the next segment, there's a similar issue where a survey was done and the actual lot size conflicted with what the Ada County assessor had. So we did our best to did comply with the lot coverage. Ted had mentioned to me that this is a real sticking point. And so between shrinking the size of the building and discovering the actual size of the lot, we were able to meet the guidelines.
Okay, so is the garage less than 600 square feet now?
I believe it is. Ted, can you roll to that
Madam Chair,
slide? I can look it up myself. But
the square feet of the garage?
Yes.
yeah. I can look it up on my.
Of the garage, it's over 900 square feet total, counting the upstairs.
Up and down. But the footprint.
The footprint.
It's in one of the other slides. I can't move them. $572 downstairs on the main level. Under 600.
Yeah, I think the plan that you have up on the screen, that would be correct. It's under 600. There's two plans in the packet, and I guess that was the question I didn't understand. One was old, I guess, and one was new. One is listed site plan and one's listed proposed site plan. So I guess the plan that's on page 180 called site plan is the one that's the actual one.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Yes, that's what happens when, when we discovered them. Yeah, page 180 looks like the correct, if you're looking at your packet.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, wonderful. Is the Registered Neighborhood Association here to testify? That would be Sheila Grisham.
Hi, this is Sheila Grisham with ENA. I'm at 1204 East State Street, Boise, 83712. And I would like to say ENA is not opposed to adding garages or ADUs, but given some of the issues that we've had in the neighborhood recently, I am a little hesitant to say I approve of this plan as it is with basically a conceptual drawing. If we had some more clarifications, I would feel much more comfortable just saying go for it. But until we get a few of those things, the height squared away, I'm kind of hesitant.
Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public wishing to testify? Josh, do we have anyone?
Madam Chair, we have William, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this, Brudenell.
Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
William, it looks like you are muted.
Okay, here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, we live across the alley from this, and just want to say that we don't want the alley to be blocked during construction.
Mr. Brudenell, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is William Brudenell, I live at 1305 East State Street, Boise, 83712.
Thank you so much.
And
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
okay, we'd like to express our concern. We don't want the alley to be blocked during construction because you use the alley and several of our other neighbors do also. What was the other thing? Well, also, we're wondering if it's going to be a rental. Because there's a lot of rentals in this neighborhood, and I don't know if there's any restrictions on the number of rentals or percentage of things that can be a rental in a historic district.
Windows, we want them south facing.
Anything else?
The windows should be south facing.
Well, the windows are west facing. Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Otherwise,
And
yeah.
the height. The height.
The height, of course, yeah. We hope the height isn't out of bounds. And also, I'm glad that the old metal garages or the old garages will be removed because they're not very nice. This looks a lot better than the 2 garages that are there. That's all.
Thank you so much. Is there any other member of the public wishing to testify this evening?
This is Sherry Battazzo at 311 North 23rd Street, and I'm attending the meeting on behalf of the North End Neighborhood Association. However, these comments are just my own personal comments. I'm familiar with Joe's work, and I think he typically does a nice job. I've seen a lot of his work throughout the North End and West Downtown. So I think he's fairly familiar with what needs to take place when you're working in these areas. But what I do find concerning is that there seems to be a little bit of a lack of preparedness on this proposal.
Oh, Sherry, I think we're having some technical difficulties on your end.
Not being clear about the height of the existing. Did I?
Oh. Sherry, we're having some technical difficulties on your end.
Am I back? I'll just
Yes.
Concede my time.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public wishing to speak this evening? Josh, do we have anyone?
There does not appear to be anyone else.
Great, thank you so much. If the applicant would like, they have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Oh.
Hi, Mr. Lovich, just please state your name and address for the record once again.
Okay, Joe Levitch, 1315 North 26th Street, Boise, 83702. I appreciate the comments and concerns about the altitude of the structure, and I can state that when the structure is designed by an architect, after I do my conceptual work, we'll make sure that the altitude of the house does not exceed, or the altitude of the garage does not exceed the altitude of the home, if that is the wish of the commission. That can be designed. There are different treatments that can be done to the roof line, roof structure. I believe that we can reach a compromise with the altitude of the first floor and the second floor internally to make sure that we do not exceed the altitude of the house. And whether it's 18 feet or 19 feet, that whatever the house is will dictate what this structure will be. I can't do anything other than assure you that when it comes out of design, it will be the right altitude. As far as blocking the alley, obviously temporary stop drop things, a truck to move something. We're very familiar with working in the North End and how the alleys are very important, including my own, for passageway for the neighbors. And I assure Mr. Brudenell that we would be very aware of the needs of the neighborhood. As far as it being a rental, that is prohibited activity. I have no control over that. However, I can assure you that the homeowners want to use it for their own purposes for an office. There is no discussion of ADU, and that is not on the table for discussion this evening. And I apologize for being what appears to be ill-prepared on this and not having exact drawings, but I thought it was appropriate to approach the commission and get in on the schedule as quickly as possible, as my clients would like to have this thing built sooner than later. They're new to the area and just purchased the home with the intent of doing a project of this nature. And so without architectural plans being drawn, we submitted, believing that if we met the requirements, that this would be a natural thing, despite the fact they have a very tiny lot. And the last thing is that the design was set on the lot in this way to avoid the power line conflicts that come with Idaho Power. And so that explains the orientation. So anyway, I hope for your approval and assure you that the altitude issue is a non-issue from my perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Lovich. Are there any final questions for the applicant or for staff? Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing. I will consider a motion, but I would like to hear some discussion as well. So I suppose whatever comes naturally first.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to get things started. I motion that for DRH 20-00453, I move for denial based on a conceptual drawing that seems significantly higher than the existing house, and also with a setback of 15 feet instead of 20 feet to make up that 5 foot of difference in the project. You would have to take 25% of the depth of that project, that building out. So I feel that moving of denial based on the conceptual drawings is appropriate.
Thank you. Do I have a second or some discussion? Okay, I suppose I will add some discussion. I'm super familiar with this property. I lived across the street for 6 years. And I remember when the garage that is existing was the carriage house. I have no opposition to a new garage being built. However, I am incredibly uncomfortable with approving a conceptual design. We have just been burned so many times. And I am just very uncomfortable with even giving a foot of variable height in there. I'm just not comfortable with that. So I would, at this point, be in favor and support of Commissioner Koski's motion. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I maybe to clarify my motion a little bit, so we can get a second, so we can keep this discussion moving. The garage is drawn as 20 feet deep. It's encroaching 5 feet into the setback. So you're gonna have, in order to meet the setback, you're gonna have to take 5 foot off the front of the garage. And the garage, based on the conceptual drawings and not knowing the exact height of the house, I don't see it's any way possible to take that existing design and take a, up to 1.5 feet off of that, even a foot. So this conceptual drawing does not meet the guidelines of setback and height, which is why my motion to deny. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I want to point out, they have to get a variance for that setback. We see that a lot. And if they don't, that's, if it doesn't get approved, they won't be able to build it. So I guess the setback part I'm not as worried about that because it's something they have to get a variance on anyways. But the height, I agree. We absolutely, and it is a condition of approval on these drawings. We'll need to go back to the city for their permit, and if we have a condition that it has to be lower than the house height or no higher than the house height, which we could state the actual height of the house, which I think he said was 18'4". That if we did that and added a condition that it could be no more than 35% lot coverage, which it does say, but it does also say higher lot coverage, I would probably be okay approving this. If we had those 2 conditions noted very specifically in there, so that when the drawings came back to the city, they would have those guidelines to go by for review of the drawings.
Madam Chair, can I make a point of clarification?
Please.
So the main reason this came to the commission is normally something like this would have an ADU. ADUs are required to be reviewed by the commission. But this came to the commission because of the issues with the massing and height of the structure, and the potential of it being taller than the existing house. Otherwise, there was, without an ADU associated with it, if it met all other criteria, it could have potentially been reviewed at a staff level. So there is an option there that if they meet certain criteria laid out by you, if you want them to come back to the commission, then please make that clear. But if there's criteria they can meet to be reviewed at a staff level, since they're not including an ADU with this, then that could potentially be an option as well.
Great, thank you, Ted. Is there a second on Devon's motion, or is it going to die? Commissioner Weaver, would you like to take a shot at a new motion?
Sure. I move that we approve DRH 20-00453 with staff's recommendations, and that we include in there that the house or the garage can be no higher than the house, and that the house, and that when this goes back to staff, the house height and the garage height need to be clearly stated in the drawings, and that the lot coverage should be no more than 35%. That is an additional condition of approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Great. Victoria, can you please call the roll?
Koski,
Nay.
Maroney,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Aye.
Montoto.
Nay.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda this evening is item number 7, DRH 20-00463. Ted, can we please have the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This is a certificate of appropriateness request at 1901 Harrison Boulevard to construct an addition on the rear of the home and a basement, add a front porch, and add a second story to the existing garage for an accessory dwelling unit. This, similar to the house, to the property we just reviewed, is also a very substandard corner lot in the Harrison Boulevard Historic District. And this house, again, similarly, a single-story structure. This is a site plan that shows generally how the addition will be added on to the rear of the home. There's another view of that. So basically following the same roof line and adding some square footage to the rear of the house, as well as a basement. This is the proposed garage, and it is proposed to have an ADU and to be significantly taller than the house. So staff has included a similar condition of approval as last time, that this can't be constructed taller than the house. So they're welcome to add an addition onto the garage, but it cannot exceed the height, again, of the house. So that would pretty much preclude this structure. It would have to be measured more carefully in alignment with the house, and maybe a smaller space on the second level. So anyway, again, the condition of approval that the garage, whatever remodeling, and again, this is a remodeling of the garage to include a second story, so it's not a complete brand new garage. And these are just some photos of the alley. So there are some guideline concerns. Lot coverage does go from 33% to 39%. Staff in the staff report, it's tough on these small little substandard lots to construct additional space, additional garages without really ramping up that lot coverage, over 35%. So with this project, staff essentially, said no to the full 2-story ADU, but due to the extreme, tightness of the lot and the substandard size of the lot, and the fairly modest addition on the back of the property, staff was okay with the 39%, just given the context of the situation. However, not okay with the garage and the size of that garage. It's I think about 10 feet taller than the house, from my report. So that's just too much. And so with that, we do recommend approval with the conditions of approval, again, similar to last time, that the garage just not exceed the height. So not sure if that precludes them actually having an ADU if they can't construct enough space on the second level. But the garage, definitely too large for this site. And thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Any questions? Okay. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Joe Levitch here, and thank you for hearing this DRH request.
Could you state your name or your address for the record one more time? Thank you.
Joe Levitch, 1315 North 26th Street, North End, Boise. Okay. The primary project is involving the house and asking for additional lot coverage, which is, as I understand it, is within your purview to do. The client originally met with an architect who proposed a second story above this. And it quickly became clear that adding another altitude to the house would not be in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And going upstairs as you age isn't a helpful thing either. And so after frustration, he came to me and asked if we could do this thing and add some square footage to the back of the house. We would be lifting the house, putting a full basement beneath it, and adding to the upstairs to make this house more livable for this family. It's in a very tight lot and very prominent area. And I think adding the front porch would bring back some more historic look and feel to the home. And the extra square footage and lot coverage would be make this house be able to be livable on 2 floors on this street. The garage and the ADU aspects realize were shot down, and I understand that, and that's not a deal killer. The most important piece is to be able to have a house that's livable. We'll be able to put a master suite on the first floor and turn this house into livable for the family who's owned it for quite some time. Trying to think if there's any other questions. There's some images on, I can show you on the packet of a conceptual design of this particular house on page 230 with the front porch, and 231, actually 232 as well there, that just show the different sides of the home and how we would be eliminating the stucco and putting real siding on it, hardy siding. We would be updating all of the windows. We'd be leaving the structure of the home, but like many that I do, gutting the interior walls, taking it back to studs and putting it back together with a new floor plan. I can't think of anything else. The key piece is the lot coverage, and that's what we're looking for.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I have some concerns after some of these other remodels that we've seen of these historic homes. Has an engineer taken a look at the property to see if it is feasible that it can be lifted?
I've lifted houses. No, the answer is no, but there is no problem lifting this house and replacing the foundations. I've done this before and it works perfectly. And as we were taking all the drywall and everything off of the interior after the fact, after it's lifted and set back down, I have no concerns about this house whatsoever. We just completed one on North Street, and I did one on 12th early last year.
I had a follow-up question. The current house is stucco. It also does not have a front porch. Why are you adding these? Why are you making these changes to the house?
The idea with changing the siding is that it's a non-contributing home at this time. And for aesthetic appeal, the homeowner would like to change stucco to hardy siding, which is more in line with the neighborhood. It won't make his house contributing, but the neighbor to the north, if we can look at an aerial view, well, I can't change your screen. Let me see. Ted, if we look at, okay, if we look at page 219 of the packet, you can see both of these homes were probably built at the same time by the same person. And the one to the north has a nice front porch. And again, it would make the house more in tune with the neighborhood and the way they live. You know, it's common to have houses with front porches that look quite similar. And I think it would make his house look much more like the neighbor's house. And I think they want to sit out on their front porch, adds to the feel of neighborhood instead of just a stoop, which is what they currently have. Can you pull up 219, Ted, for just a sec?
On here match up with what you're looking at. What are you looking for?
I'm looking at the appendix package 4.7 of my DRH. That's just an aerial shot with the adjacent neighborhood showing the property line. You may have shown it earlier. Close. There we go. Thank you. So if you look at the house outlined in pink, that's the one we're talking about and increasing the lot coverage. And then if you look at the one to the north, I believe the house was identical, built at the same time anyway. And they have taken advantage of some additional square footage to the rear of theirs, and another reason, not just because they did it, but because we feel it's a good fit for the home, but the addition to the rear.
Just a point of clarification for the commission, the addition, though it will be in line with the existing house, the addition would still require a variance from that south property line setback. But with a lot like this, it's hard to put anything on the house without requiring a variance for it.
Thank you, Ted. Commissioner Koski, did you have a question?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, I have a question. What is the existing square feet of living space currently in the house? And to add to that, what will the square feet of living space be once the proposed project is done?
I believe that's in the documentation we provided. I'll see if I can find it quickly.
I have it here. Looks like 1716 is the square footage of the existing house.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Koski, the addition will be at that, Madam Chair is correct, at the existing size of the house, the addition would be 260. The addition would add 260 square feet to the above surface part of the house. And then the basement, I believe, would match the existing floor plan of the house.
So we would be looking at, let's see, rough math here. So 1716 is what you have now. We're going to add 260 to that. And then we're going to times that by 2, since it'll be a full basement.
That's not correct.
No.
No, it's just
maybe someone help me.
1716 plus 200 and something. Where is it here? Plus 260 square feet added to the rear of the home. And that basement is, the living space would increase by exactly what the upstairs is. They already have a partial basement, but it's not usable space.
Hi, good evening. Can anyone hear me?
Yes. Are you the owner?
I am the owner. Good evening, Commissioners. Paul Bessonnier here. I'm here with my wife, Tammy, and my 2 stepdaughters, Ava and Patty.
If you could just state your address for the record, please.
Yes, 1901 North Harrison Boulevard, Boise, Idaho.
Thank you.
And I would like an opportunity in the 20 minutes that we have, I appreciate you unmuting me, to address some of the concerns that have been raised to this point. If I could have the floor.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Just a brief background of where we've been. I've owned this house for some time. I did remarry, and I have 3 sons myself. And in remarrying, I have 3 young stepchildren. And we would really like to continue living in this home. Love the North End. My wife went to Boise High. We'd like our stepdaughters to go to Boise High. It is quite difficult to make it work as it sits now. So our main focus in this proposal has all along been making the main home livable for our blended family. And on the journey that we've been on to have an historically appropriate residence that dignifies Harrison Boulevard, we first started with another architect and another builder. And as Joe said, the solution was to go to a second story rather than increasing lot coverage. It became quite clear that that was not going to be workable from a livability standpoint and also a cost standpoint, and also as we aged, not wanting to live on a second story. So I got with Joe, who has a very strong reputation within the North End for doing outstanding work to help us with this. And the proposal is, as we said, to go to 39%. The actual basement that exists now is about half the size of the house. It is not finished. And in fact, we have a couple air mattresses down there as we speak. Not ideal by any means. And the proposal is not to add the 260 and then double. It's just to add the 260 and then have the bottom match the top, which would be something less than that. I would also like to say that the garage ADU was a last minute idea. Really, our focus all along has been on this drawing that you see here. Our dream is to have a front porch on Harrison Boulevard and to be able to sit there and visit with our neighbors and participate in Halloween and do all of those things. And having the stoop we have now somewhat prohibits that. Certainly, the modest addition at the rear is meant to give us a livable master bedroom on the main floor, and also a kitchen befitting of our large family. It is modest. It is a modest addition, all things being considered. But certainly relative to the garage, originally thought that perhaps we could propose to help with the housing situation and affordability crisis by having an ADU. But truly, that would require, I mean, that garage is only 18 by 18. And then that concept that Joe has there, no way represents what we ever really thought we were going to do with it. I think it was just a concept to start the conversation. At most, what we would like to do, because we simply can't expand that garage any further with the lot limit constraint we have, is to simply go up and use the space in the attic of the garage no more than the height of the main home. That's really all we would be looking to do with it. But truly, our main focus is on the front porch and the basement and the addition, so that our blended family can live in a proper home and enjoy our neighbors and our neighborhood on Harrison Boulevard, and truly make a rather significant investment in improving this non-contributing home on a substandard lot to something that's more representative of the historic district in Harrison Boulevard. And that's what we're trying to do. And I appreciate your time tonight.
Sorry, thank you so much. Are there any questions? Wonderful. Is the Registered Neighborhood Association here to testify?
Okay, can you hear me? This is a test.
Yes, we sure can.
Okay, great. This is Sherry Battazzo testifying on behalf of the North End Neighborhood Association, address 311 North 23rd Street. And I just want to say that I was confused by this application when I was reading it, because I did see the different elevations that were proposed. And I think that the applicant or the homeowner just explained maybe why there was a 2-story proposed at one point, maybe near the end of the application. And then I saw this one, the blue one that has the basement underneath, and it still shows what looks like the same level, but a single level garage. So just for the record, the neighborhood association does wish to hold lot coverage at 35%. And only in rare occasions would we support a project that exceeds that 35% lot coverage. I think especially with the prominence of Harrison Boulevard. And to that end, also holding that the garage or accessory dwelling unit or whatever the accessory structure is does not exceed the pitch of the house. So with that, I think that the project as proposed doesn't meet those two things, and the neighborhood association would prefer that it meets those two set of criteria for approval. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Sherry. Is there any member of the public wishing to testify this evening? Josh, do we have anyone?
Hi, this is Sheila Grisham, and I live at 1204 East State Street. And I am a member of the ENA, the East End Neighborhood Association Board. However, I am speaking on behalf of myself. Recently, the lot coverage was moved from 30% up to 35% to accommodate these types of situations, and to allow something that has the lot coverage of 39% is a little hard to digest. It seems we have to keep pushing that envelope, and we just recently did that, and I'm personally having a hard time with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public wishing to testify on this item?
Hi, my name is Naomi Aiken. I'm a resident at 813 North 20th Street. I've lived in the North End for over 40 years and have been saddened to see an increase in the size of homes that are substantially overwhelming the size of the lot. That is a concern for me, and I, as a member of the North End Neighborhood Association, would like to see the commission maintain no more than 35% lot coverage. I also have concerns about the proposed porch. As much as I am an advocate of porches, I do have concerns about the lack of alignment that from the overhead view projected by the architect, it looks like there would no longer be alignment on the street with the facades of the home. And I know that that is also a priority of the Historic Commission. So I would wish for the proposed home to not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to testify this evening?
Madam Chair, this is Sherry Battazzo again with the North End Neighborhood Association at 311 North 23rd Street. And I just wanted to add one comment for the record. I wanted to acknowledge Commissioner Brown for asking the applicant and their contractor about their competency and about the structure of the house, whether or not it's safe to lift the house and add structure underneath. As you know, that's been a contentious issue inside the North End. And so just adding that question, I think I just really want to acknowledge you, Commissioner Brown, for doing that. And thank you for considering that. And that's all.
Thank you so much. Anyone else this evening wishing to testify on this matter?
Madam Chair, that appears to be it.
Great. Thank you, Josh. If the applicant would like 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I would. Thank you very much. Paul Dessonnier, 1901 North Harrison Boulevard, speaking again. Certainly understand some of the issues and concerns that have been raised. I will say as hard as it is for me to say, we love our home and we want to stay there and we want to raise our kids there. This project does not work at 35%. I've spent probably a year and a half now thinking of ways, meeting with builders, meeting with architects, spending a considerable amount of money on different designs and ideas in an attempt to meet that 35%. And in fact, that two-story design that's included in the packet was an architectural effort to do that. The ask here is quite modest, in my opinion. I can tell you that I had rotator cuff surgery 2 years ago and was able to do nothing but joyfully walk the north end for months on end for exercise. And I can tell you that I don't know when and I don't know how, but you walk up and down the streets and there's all kinds of examples of folks who have exceeded 35% lot coverage up and down the blocks. And so here we are asking for the opportunity to make a significant financial investment in a home that's our home, to significantly improve it, to significantly add to the aesthetics of Harrison Boulevard. And the small ask there is to be able to go to 39% on the lot coverage. And certainly relative to front porches, you can walk up and down the streets and find all kinds of examples of front porches that come all the way out to the setback on Harrison. Some are set back further, not necessarily congruent at all. You can walk up and down the street and find that to be the case. I was very much heartened that we had staff level approval for the main part of what we want to do here. I'm a little bit disappointed that we got sidetracked on the garage issue, because that's certainly not the primary ask or a concern. It's simply like permission to improve the garage up to the height of the main home. That's it. And only really in doing that because the roof is in dire need of repair on that garage, and I need to replace the roof. And if I'm going to do the main home, I want to match the roof to the main home, and I would also like to match the siding to the main home. So it seems somewhat pointless to me to do all this to the main home and not aesthetically improve the garage as well. But certainly don't want to have a two-story garage or this behemoth in that conceptual drawing that was presented, or anything of that nature. So I hope I've addressed some of the concerns that have been raised, with respect. I'm heartened by the fact that my immediate neighbors have offered their support. I certainly supported the neighbor to the north of me when they did their remodel and added that addition in the backyard at 1903. My addition would not go nearly as far into the backyard space as that one does. And I appreciated at the time that was an effort to build or improve a livable family home, and I supported that. And so I just truly hope, I respect why there's rules, but I also respect why there's a commission, and the commission is here. I hope to take a holistic look at our neighborhood and at what we're trying to preserve in our neighborhood, while at the same time allowing families to have an opportunity to stay in a livable space. And in this case, having our kids go to Boise High and remain part of a neighborhood. And I just can't say enough. I respect the commission and why you're here and what we're trying to accomplish together in our neighborhood. But I also hope for your grace in giving us a small accommodation to put that addition on, because if that's not approved, then there's no other way to make the project work for us. We need the space for a workable kitchen for a larger family and a master bedroom. And if we can't do that, it is a non-contributing home. We'll have to look at other options, and that would be sincerely unfortunate. But so I sincerely hope that you can look at this holistically and give us your approval. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With that, I will close the public portion of the hearing and we'll consider a motion.
Madam Chair, just a word of clarification. I think just to the point of the applicant I asked earlier about the square footages. I've been trying to do some rough math and it looks like existing home is 1,144 square feet of living space on the front, on the main level. So with the addition off the back and with the full basement being put down below, the overall square feet would be 2,860 is what my rough math is. I don't know if you can see the applicant in the room in front of you, but I think if he gives a nod, I think that's more accurate. So I just want to state to the rest of the commission that I think that's the more accurate square footage. And then I want to, before a motion's made, Madam Chair, I'd like to just say that when we're looking at conceptual drawings versus architectural drawings, I think we're going down a very scary road, making approvals based on concepts. So I would caution all of us on that as we consider a motion. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask staff a quick question?
Of course.
Ted, can you just confirm, and maybe you already did and I missed it, but that the covered front porch isn't included in the lot coverage?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, correct. The front porch is not included in lot coverage.
Great, thank you.
Anyone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Koski. I have one more question for staff before we can make a motion, and that is, if possible, Ted, could you comment at all at what the difference in square footage is, at least on footprint, from 35% lot coverage to 39%?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm not, check, hold on one sec.
I know that's a little bit of math, but I think that's the.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the current lot coverage is 33%. So the applicant is proposing to add, I believe it was 260 square feet, which which on a lot this small, just a 260 square foot addition on the back of the house shot it up about 6 percentage points. So that's quite a jump for a fairly small addition. So you're talking, so how much you'd have to add to get to 30 to 32 percentage. So your limit is increasing from 33 to 35. So
70 square feet.
Negligible.
Yeah.
Really, you wouldn't get much of an addition. A closet maybe. To keep it at 35%.
Okay, thank you. But at the same time, they are adding the additional square feet of a full basement too, right?
That's correct.
Thank you yep. Thanks, Ted.
Anyone like to make a motion or contribute anything to discussion?
Madam Chair, I'll give a shot at a motion here and see where it goes. I move for DRH 20-0043 I move for denial based on lot coverage and a conceptual design and the two-story garage, which is well, and the two-story garage. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Is there any additional discussion?
Madam Chair, yeah, I'd like to just say that it would be great. I would love to just put a condition of say, hey, we can approve this, but under these conditions, but I think there's some significant issues. Obviously there's the garage. A 2-story garage is not going to work in this situation. The porch, I actually like the porch. And if you look at the other homes on that block, especially further to the north, the front porch actually appears to line up with other front porches on that block. So I like that. I think a full basement is a great idea. I understand a lot. It's tough to it's tough to go from 33 to 39%. I really, believe in the 35% and stick to that. So that's why I'm having a hard time with it. I think if we had actual drawings versus conceptual drawings, we'd be in a much better place. And if I would give any instructions or suggestions back to the applicant is keep to the height, keep the square footage, and come to us with a full design. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Madam, excuse me, Madam Chair. I do sympathize with the homeowner. I know this is a tight lot. I'm looking at the aerial of it right now, and the houses are all very close together, and they're very small lots. But we did change that lot coverage from 30 to 35%. But in addition to that, we took out that the front porches were counted in that as well. So this is adding, in my mind, significant coverage on the lot, even though the front porch isn't counted in that. And you look at the aerial, the 3 houses, they're right in a row and they all line up. Just, it looks intentionally perfectly. And by adding that front porch on the front, it will significantly put that corner house out in front of the other 2 houses next to it. And so I think it's going to look out of scale and out of proportion of those other 2 houses to the north. And so therefore I don't support this application either. But I do think it is going to be very difficult to come back with something that, that will fit within that 35%.
Thank you. Victoria, will you go ahead and call the roll?
Kosky,
Aye.
Maroni,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Cape,
Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda this evening is item number 9, DRH 20-00487. Ted, can we please have the report?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is a certificate of appropriateness request to remove a rear addition, construct a new addition, add dormers to the addition and expand the basement, replace windows, and add a front porch. The existing garage will also be demolished and replaced with a 1.5-story garage. So this is an aerial view of the property. It is a larger lot. And this is the existing house. And here is a site plan. So you'll see the main house here, the addition coming out of the back with dormers, and then a new 3-bay garage. And there is the house elevations. This is a contributing house. However, the applicant, in looking at the previous Sanborn maps, and the applicants had a photo as well. And it does show a front porch on the house. And so their request is also to add that front porch back onto the house. So there's some side and rear elevations. And these are the photos, these are in your packet, but the Sanborn map showing the porch here and here in the 1949 and 1912, and then the photo of the house as well, 1956. And here is a drawing of the proposed garage. As you see, it has 3 bays. One appears to be a recreational vehicle bay. And then here are some photos of the alley as well. Staff recommends approval of DRH 20-487 with the conditions of approval listed in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ted? Okay, is the applicant present?
Hi, this is Leah McMillan. My address is 3050 West Hester in Boise, and I'm the architect on the project representing Pat and Molly.
Hi, Leah.
The owners would like to, they're planning on taking down an existing addition from the late 1970s and then building that into a 2-story. So that's what you're seeing as the addition on the property. I counted the front porch in my estimate of the lot coverage. So if we don't have to count the front porch, then we do meet the 35% lot coverage. The owners do have some questions about the conditions of approval and what you'd like to see with the front porch. When it referenced the photo and wanting to match things, we weren't sure if that was more closely in. It's hard to tell in that photo, so I didn't know what the opinions were and what else needed to be matched there. I think, you know, if Pat and Molly, I know you're online and listening too, if there's something you'd like to add about your hopes for the house, that the adormers would provide some usable bonus space on the in the attic, or if there's anything else that you guys want to mention with your hopes for this project. Maybe they're not.
Josh, are we trying to bring them in?
Madam Chair, it looks like they should be able to talk now.
Perfect.
Hi, this is Pat Garrity. I don't really have anything else to offer. I actually have not seen the conditions of approval, but I want to spare the commission's time if there's nothing additional that's needed from me.
Great. Leah, did you have anything to add?
There are a couple of trees that are relatively close to the house that they've had an arborist evaluate. So there's the possibility that those will appear in the application also. I know one of them is diseased and one of them is very close to the house, if not in the foundation currently.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant or the owner? Okay, thank you so much. Is the Registered Neighborhood Association here to testify?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You sure can.
This is Sherry Battazzo on behalf of the North End Neighborhood Association at 311 North 23rd Street. Before I begin, I'd just like to let all of you know that this evening is my final hearing as the designated representative of the North End Neighborhood Association. I have completed my service for the neighborhood, and while it was short, it has been sweet, and it has truly been a pleasure serving with all of you as volunteers and my partners in preservation. And with that, I'd like to go on record that the North End Neighborhood Association does support the conditions for approval set forth by staff for this application. We had a lengthy conversation today with both the applicant and his architect, and we felt that they did meet the criteria for their request. The one thing that we were pending hearing back on was confirmation of lot coverage, which it sounds like they've confirmed they're held at the 35%. And we did want to note that we appreciated staff's recommendation for adding that porch back per the photo that was included in the application to add back to that historical feel of that property. So with that, I yield my time.
Thank you so much, Sherry. Is there any member of the public wishing to testify this evening? Josh, do we have anyone?
We do have a couple, yes.
Hi, this is Naomi Aiken at 813 North 20th Street. My original concern was concerning the porch, again, because of the alignment issues, but seeing as it looks like that is true to the historic nature of the home, I no longer have a concern regarding the porch. I do have concerns regarding the addition. Previously, this would not have been a concern for me, but given the destruction of the trees of the adjacent property, of the corner lot, that was done without, my understanding is it was done without permission from this commission, and also without any permitting. I have concerns about moving forward with approval for any proposed changes of this home until there's a rectification of the destruction of the trees and what I assume to have not yet been determined non-contributing home on the corner lot adjacent to this property, which is as it's my understanding is part of this property. As a neighbor who's lived on a block away for more than 20 years, this was greatly concerning to me. I know this was also a grave concern to the neighborhood. If you were to check the Nextdoor app, there's been a long and emotional thread regarding the destruction of the otherwise somewhat nature preserve that was previously on the corner lot. And I have a hesitation to approve. If this is an adjacent property to the proposed changes, I would advise the commissioners to not approve any changes to the historic home. First, because of what is now visible from the side, and also because of the work that was done without any approval from the city or the historic commission on the adjacent lot. If I am misunderstanding the connected nature of the two lots, I apologize for bringing this up as an issue, but I have not seen any information that indicates that the changes that were done to the rental behind the canal are not affiliated with the home that has the proposed changes as of right now. Thank you
so much, Naomi.
Madam Chair, up next is Mitzi.
Wonderful. Mitzi, if you could state your name and address for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Mitzi Cieslak. I live at 707 North 19th Street. So I live on the property directly next door to this proposed project. And I had just a couple of points of clarification. It sounds like this meets the lot coverage standard, but would like to have that clarified. This is a significant project and it will dramatically alter sort of the light and openness and privacy of my own home. So I'd like that point clarified before and confirmed before moving forward. I additionally have pretty significant concerns about a 4-car garage going into this alley. This is a very busy, very tight alley. And a 4-car garage is really quite massive for the street. There are several carriage houses along the alley there that have no setback from the alley, and putting in a very, very large 4-car garage is a bit of a concern as well. So that being said, other than that, I know that the owner is trying to do a historic remodel and they're trying to do a great job. I'm the one that provided them with the picture of the front porch, as I have a picture of my own home that has that front porch picture on it. But I would like clarification on those 2 points before moving forward with the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitzi. Was there anyone else this evening wishing to testify?
Madam Chair, that appears to be it.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, if the applicant would like 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Hi, this is Leah, the architect at Leah McMillan, 3050 West Hester. The house, including the garage and the front porch, if the front porch is not counted, we're at 34.4% lot coverage.
Including the garage and the main
Including
house.
the garage, the covered patio on the, that's part of the addition on the back side of the house, correct.
Wonderful, thank you. And could you speak to the garage?
The garage, the owners would like to be able to park an RV in one spot, a van and a truck in one spot, and then they'd like to have the place for their kids' gear, bikes, buggies, those kinds of recreation spaces that that are most of our garages become overfilled with quickly. The lots are separate. 711 and 717 are 2 separate owners, 2 separate lots.
Great, and so just again to clarify the garage, it is
shown as a double garage door so that a car and a truck could park together. And then they wanted to have access for bikes and bike buggies, and then they wanted an RV parking garage space.
perfect. And I'm seeing looks like a dormer with a window on the garage as well. And that's the ADU.
There is no ADU.
There's no ADU.
There was talk of using bonus trusses and having storage upstairs, but there's no talk of plumbing or anything else up there. There is even no stair currently planned.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that clarification. Are there any final questions for the architect or the owner or staff?
I have a question for the owner. I mean, this is a pretty large project to be taking on, adding another 1.5 stories to your, well, it's, I guess 2.5 stories that addition will be. So, I mean, why do you want this project? Why do you need this project? I have several concerns with it, but I'd just like to hear the why behind it.
This is Patrick Garrity, 1711 North Harrison Boulevard, Boise 83702. I'm the owner of that property. You know, we've looked at these plans very carefully. I have 3 daughters. We may have another child, and we've designed the house to accommodate our family. I thank Mitzi for coming on to provide her feedback. That's much appreciated. In terms of the effect of sunlight, this addition, as you note from the aerial maps, is maximally set back from her house on the property. And probably the biggest impact on sunlight to her yard is a large sycamore tree that remains on the property that shades both our yard and her yard. So I don't think that the second floor will have a significant sunlight impact. I certainly would like to have heard your concerns and sorry, the commissioner that just spoke. And I think Leah did a great job of explaining, you know, our intent in designing the garage to hold our travel trailer, which is a small teardrop trailer, 2 vehicles, and what most people in Boise have, which is about 10 bicycles. And so we've designed the garage that way. And we designed it within the guidelines of the residential guideline book, including the appropriate setbacks, including the appropriate lot coverage, and including the appropriate architectural features. And though it does appear to have something that would resemble an ADU, we have no plans to make it an ADU. We won't construct it to be an ADU. It simply has space in the loft for storage. And I would appreciate if you would share with us your concerns.
Sure, I can share my other concerns. So one of my concerns is the porch, and I know Ted had added the clarification that the porch should look like the historic porch. The house was originally a craftsman house, and then at some point it was updated to have a colonial revival appearance to it. Many craftsman style houses did have porches. The porch that was proposed in these drawings is a hipped roof porch. Like the historic image, it should have a more of a shed style porch. In addition, it should have a railing below if it's going to be mimicking its original appearance of a craftsman style house, not a colonial revival house that it appears now. It's kind of having, at this point, an identity crisis of what style it would like to reflect. Part of the standards state that for rehabilitation, you really shouldn't be picking different characteristics of different styles and meshing them together. So I have concerns of adding the porch when we're still keeping all of those colonial revival style elements, like the door surrounds, the lights and the transom that are on there now. That being said, I would rather see the house not have the porch at the front. My second big concern is that the addition on the house is not subservient to the main house. It looks like the roof line extends straight back and is not below the main side gable roof. In addition, in our guidelines, I think it would have been better if that addition would have been set back 1 to 2 feet from the elevation that you have shown up there on Ted. I forget what, I guess that might be the north elevation. So those are my concerns. My concerns is that the addition is too large. It's not subservient. The porch is not correct for the current architectural style. So that's all.
Commissioner Brown, this is Leah at 3050 West Hester. The addition is 7 inches shorter than the existing house. The existing addition lines up with the current house. And so we were, although demoing that addition, using its current footprint to start this addition. The kitchen falls in a very awkward place between the new and the existing, making a setback, a odd space in an already L-shaped space. I do appreciate the porch comments. I also struggled with which style to design a porch that looked craftsman in the existing, but didn't quite fit the current personality of the house. So we're not convinced of the front porch. The owners would like to have a place to gather at the front that's covered, but it's definitely open for conversation.
Are there any last questions for staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair, yes, please, I have a question for the architect. You just touched on it briefly here, and I appreciated Commissioner Brown's comments regarding separating the addition from the historic contributing house in a way, under our guidelines, under 4.1 of our guidelines, it says that we need to do that. I see there's a condition of approval that's done by staff of changing the siding to be different on the addition from the existing house. I like Commissioner Brown, I would prefer to see that addition step back a little bit. My question for you is can you design that addition even if it's stepped back a foot to the south, so there's a break between the contributing house and the addition? Could you do that?
Well, nearly anything is possible. It would, however, break up their kitchen in an awkward fashion. But the roof lines could still work. I'm not sure what it does, how it impacts the second floor with the bedrooms and bathrooms and things that are located up there, what it would mean offsetting. Right now, it's a very symmetrical plan with a hall down the middle and bedrooms are on both sides of it. So that would mean that, an adjustment of those. I don't think it changes the stair at all. Of course, there's always trim and siding and as the staff recommended in their report, that can be done to change the look of it. Currently, the addition is 1 story, and I suppose that's the only difference, but the siding runs straight on through it. So
maybe if you could show the north elevation of the, looks like slide 5 maybe on the left. Yeah, thank you. So what we're talking about is drawing a straight line at the end or the west end of the contributing portion of the house and stepping that addition back. That line actually goes right through 2 windows you have in there right now, doesn't it?
that's where the overhang of the roof is. So it would be on the edge of that corbel that sticks out,
Okay.
a decorative roof piece.
Okay, thank you.
Any final questions?
I just have one for staff. I just want to confirm one more thing about lot coverage, that since the second story is overhanging the first but supported by columns, I just want to make sure the space underneath that's kind of a deck outdoor patio area, that wouldn't be included in the lot coverage, would it? Ted, I think you'd have to answer that.
Which section are you talking about?
Then the second story overhang over the covered patio, that's 335 square feet. Would that covered patio be counted in part of the lot coverage?
We do, yes. Covered patios are calculated in lot coverage. Overhangs, a 2-foot overhang or something like that, we don't calculate. But if there is a patio that is fully covered, then that does count for lot coverage.
Okay, and so Leah, did you include that in your calculations when you recalculated it, taking out the front porch?
Yes, that covered porch was always included in the calculation.
Okay. Perfect.
Wonderful. Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing, and we'll consider a motion.
Madam Chair, and I wouldn't mind a little discussion on the front porch a little bit, if that's okay. Can I make a comment?
Go right ahead.
You know, we, as a commission, we see this often, well, not often, but we've seen it on a number of occasions where we have a contributing home and they want to do some sort of porch or a little roof or overhang on the front of the house. And, you know, we frown, you know, it's frowned greatly on touching the front of a contributing house. The survey was done in 2002. And if you look at the pictures on page 263, when the survey was done, there was no porch on it. And we had this come up last month, and we've had it come up before where when they've done their historical surveys, they do take in consideration modifications that have been made along the process, along the way, even if it's been done after the contributing period. So when the survey was done without a porch on it, in the pictures that are shown on page 263, they, unless I'm wrong here, they deemed this house contributing with those modifications. So I'd be interested in other commissioners' comments on this one, because my thought is that I would approve this without the porch and with the siding or with the addition step back to some degree on the north end, a foot or something like that. But I'm interested in other commissioners' comments on the front porch. Thank you.
I can comment on the front porch, Commissioner Koski. So the 10 standards for rehabilitation state most properties change over time. Those changes that have acquired historical significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved. So at the time of the survey, the architectural historian looked at the property. They noted the changes to it. As I said, it was originally a craftsman house. To keep up with the Joneses at the time, they wanted to make their house a colonial revival house. And that included removing the front porch and changing the entry and things like that to reflect the changes in architecture and the changes that were stylistic at the time. So to add a porch, it actually would be frowned upon by my profession. You shouldn't be adding conjectural details unless you have architectural drawings and you are doing not a rehabilitation project, but a reconstruction or something like that. Like, it would be more stringent process. And I don't think we should be adding a conjectural porch that we have a photo of without more research.
Commissioner Brown, how do you feel about the remainder of the application?
I think we should have the addition step back at least a foot. 7 inches from the top of the roof line to the new addition is not very much. I would like to see it more subservient to another foot off the top. If it's just going to be an attic, that's not going to hurt your living space. I mean, this just screams of a project that does not meet the standards for rehabilitation in new construction. So I would like to actually go back and do new plans with a height reduction on the addition and the setback off the north elevation and the removal of the front porch.
Would you perhaps like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, can I jump in and make a few comments first?
You sure can.
Thank you. I think given the information about the front porch, I think it's probably wise to scrap it, especially if it means that we can get the whole project through. In terms of the setback, I don't think that it's really necessary because they're trying to stick to the footprint of the current addition that's on there. And I think that makes sense. If they were starting from scratch, maybe, then we can make them do a setback. But right now I feel like because there's already something there, it seems a little superfluous to me to go against what's the footprint that's already there. And I think given the vague language of our standards, like, I mean, the addition is lower than what it is, which is the wording in our standards. And so I think that it's lower. I don't worry about the setback, but I do think that maybe the porch is the hang up here for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Weaver?
Yeah, I would have to agree with the porch. Like, you know, our standards do say that if an important feature is missing from a building, that the preferred option is to replace it using old photographs and plans or whatever, identical material, color, and design to the original. But what it doesn't take into consideration is what Commissioner Brown was saying, is that the character of the house has changed, the style of the house has changed. And I do feel that if you were to strictly go by that, you'll end up with a house that has a, you know, an identity crisis, I guess, and not only wouldn't look good, but it might start to make it a non-contributing house because you've tried to muddle it up too much in too many different styles. So I would be in favor of not doing the porch on there and leaving it as it has been changed to over time. But I do agree with Commissioner Maroney about the height. It is vague. I mean, it would be ideal, I suppose, if it's lower, but I don't think our standards are strong enough in that to make that happen. But if the homeowner was willing to do that, I think that would be great. And also the house already having the addition, it's already been damaged in that and would have to be recreated around that corner anyways to be to accommodate that setback. That I'm fine with it aligning with the house as they have it drawn as well.
Thank you so much. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll give it a shot, Madam Chair. For DRH 20-00487, I would move for approval of the project with the front porch being removed and not part of the project, and make sure that the condition is met that the addition on the back is delineated on the north elevation from the front of the house in a way that meets our guidelines.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll
And-
second.
Okay, Commissioner Weaver seconded. Is there any further discussion?
And Madam Chair, I'd like to just add a clarification about delineating the north elevation from addition from the contributing home according to our guidelines. The guidelines do say that under 4.1, that can be met by subtle change in material, number one. Number two, changes in setbacks between the existing building and addition. Number three, different architectural elements. And or number four, creating a jog in the foundation. So any four of those would fit under our conditions of approval under the guidelines to delineate that. And that's what just to clarify my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria, would you please call the roll?
Kowski,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Maroney,
Aye.
Brown,
Nay.
Sorry, did you call me?
Yes, she did.
Okay, I didn't hear it. Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you. Our final item on tonight's agenda is item number 10, DRH 20-00490. Ted, can we please have the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a request to construct a one-story single-family structure and 1.5-story detached garage at 1403 Warm Springs Avenue. You'll recall this property has popped up a few times over the last couple of years. The most recent was a proposal to move was the House of Flowers building, historic building to this site. However, that project fell through. And so the property owner is now proposing to construct a new single-family structure. So this is the site plan for the project. It is proposed to meet all setbacks. The garage is detached and significantly set back from the facade of the house. It does meet lot coverage requirements. And one area that is of note that is discussed a bit in the report is the front setback. The front setback is about 17 feet from the property line. That does meet our code requirements. However, most of the houses along Warm Springs Avenue have a more significant setback than that. A minimum of 20 feet typically on the setback. So it is a little closer to the street than many of the houses along, many of the historic houses along Warm Springs Avenue. And staff didn't have a condition of approval that the house be moved back, but rather wanted that to just be a discussion for the commission. There are some topographical issues with the lot as it does go into a steep decline toward the back, and you'll see on the elevations where it does come down, and they do have a basement that kind of comes out over that section. So there might be some limitations on moving, how far you can move the house back, but I would let the applicant discuss that if that's possible or not, or if that's even desired by the commission. But these are the elevations. As you can see, modeled after a craftsman style. And there have been some comments in the past with the commission about trying to mimic or copy historic homes in the area. And this certainly is, does come across as a traditional craftsman house. If the commission is concerned about that, then I would request that the commission discuss maybe some tweaks to the design or some alterations that could make it more pop out as a more modern structure. And so that is a rendering of the front. And the garage toward the rear of the property. And then these are the adjacent houses. So you do have a 2-story on the east side, which is this blue house, and then a 1 to 1.5 story on the other side. And staff recommends approval of the project with the conditions of approval listed in the report.
Thank you, Ted. Any questions? Okay. Is the applicant present?
Yes, this is Jason Tomlinson, architect for Scott and Lauren Tate. Can you guys hear me okay?
It sounds like your volume's a little low. I'm not sure if it's just us.
Let's see if I can turn that up here. Is that any better there?
It is better. Thank you. If you could just restate your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Jason Tomlinson, 3883 East Barber Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83716.
Great. And you have 20 minutes.
Okay. So as it was explained, my client, Scott and Lauren Tate, they had looked at moving a historic home onto this site, but due to financial constraints and the cost of doing so, just was not feasible. So we went back to the original design of a pure craftsman style home, matches the human scale of the house directly to the west of it. And that's what we came up with, utilizing the topography, the existing topography of the site. That's where we came up with the basement design versus going 2-story. Also, you'll notice that the garage, although it is very similar in height to the house itself, due to the topography, it actually sits about 2.5 to 3 feet lower than the elevation of the home itself. So it will appear to be lower in stature. Also on the garage, there is just storage space above that. I think it's come up in question with regards to, what the intent of that is. It's simply just attic space. Again, there's no stairs to it. It'll be accessed via just a pull down ladder. The house itself, again, I think it just speaks for itself. I think there was a question with regards to the LP smart side that was specified on the plans. I understand that that is not allowed through the Historic Commission, which is fine. We're looking at an alternative for clapboard actual wood siding, but that is something that will be explored and approved as we get into the permitting stage.
That's it.
Scott, would you like to add to that?
Hi, actually, it's Lauren. Good evening. I know it's getting late, so I'll be quick. We were very disappointed that the House of Flowers could not go through, but we're happy with this design. And we can answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions for Scott or Lauren?
Madam Chair, yes, I do have a question. You currently have a certificate of appropriateness that was based on, of course, moving that home. Tell me, okay, so it wasn't cost effective. Okay, I can understand that. But could you not have found that out before you demolished the contributing house?
That is a very good question. And we and our contractor did extreme due diligence. We spent, I spent probably 200 hours. We've spent more than $30,000 trying to make that dream come true. We literally are still tearful about losing the House of Flowers. Even with scaling back the contractor, we believed that the project would cost a total of approximately $1.1 million. It turned out to be $1.7 million, which was just so far beyond our reach. Our contractor was shocked when he got the bids. It turns out that to pour the foundation, given the weight of the House of Flowers, the concrete and steel required was about 3 times what he initially thought. Apparently, to bring the house up to code, it would literally have to have been stripped and the walls made thicker. All of the plumbing, all of the electric, the asbestos and lead the EPA was requiring abatement before the house was moved, which was a problem with St. Luke's. It was just one hurdle after another. And we are so grateful for St. Luke's for working with us so closely, but Paula Benson, we all worked so hard together. It was truly our dream, and we were willing to invest more than we had, but it simply was a devastating and basically shock to us when we got the final bids in from the contractor. And certainly was not a ruse to get the I would love to have been able to save the little house that was on that lot. And we looked into that, although others had looked into it before us, and we were told by Ted initially and then others, it cannot be done. So it was certainly not a ruse to get that house torn down. To the contrary, I can only say that I have carpets for the House of Flowers, and we had a historic plaque made with Paula Benson's input as to the wording. That's how serious we were about it.
Okay, thank you.
I also have a question. Did you happen to ask St. Luke's if they could partially fund any of the moving, the abatement, any of that? We've seen St. Luke's take down multiple properties, historic properties in Boise over the years, and they have in the past moved properties and paid for some of that work.
Ms. Brown, we did actually, and I feel a little bit bound by some confidentiality in the sense that I didn't talk to St. Luke's about disclosing it. I will say this: St. Luke's was willing to be very generous with regard to contribution toward the move. The move itself was well over $200,000, and we did explore that. St. Luke's was willing to be generous, but with the additional cost above that, we just couldn't do it. In fact, when we found out what the cost was going to be, I sent a long email to Paula Benson because I knew she would be devastated. We joked that we were adopting a child. That's how hard we worked on this house. And Paula had a very long discussion with our architect and our contractor, because for future reference, she wanted to be able to, help someone move that house. And after her discussion with our contractor, who was Noah Richter, who was on your board, she wrote a very nice email that was very understanding, so we worked through that. But in answer to your question, yes, St. Luke's was willing to help, but given the ultimate estimates, it was just too high. With the purchase of the lot and moving and restoring the home the way it should be restored, we would have had well over $2 million into the property, and that's just not something that would be possible.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
We do plan to donate the plaque to St. Luke's.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Is the Registered Neighborhood Association here to testify? Would that be Warm Springs Historic? Or Ina?
It would be Ina.
Okay.
I believe Warm Springs Historic Association is also on the line as well.
Okay, great.
But yeah, Ina would be the neighborhood.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and start with Ina.
Hi, this is Sheila Grisham at 1204 East Estate Street. And I was under the impression that Melissa from the Warm Springs Historic District was going to be speaking first. Is it okay if we trade places?
I don't see why not.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Sheila.
Madam Chair, Melissa should be able to speak, but it appears she's
Sorry.
muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. It's Melissa. I'm president of the Warm Springs Historic District Association. And I'm sorry we didn't get our letter to you in time.
Oh, Melissa, if you could just state your address for the record, please.
Oh, sorry. 1409 East Warm Springs Avenue, Boise, Idaho, 83712. And we're really appreciative of all the efforts that the Tates have made to work with this unique lot. We're in overall support of the design itself. It feels like it should blend into the neighborhood pretty well. We're not wanting a brand new modern house that draws attention to its newness. So we'd rather have something that just kind of, there's nothing to see here kind of feeling. The issue that we had as a board was specifically in the house placement. And I get that this is a tricky lot, so we recognize that. But this home right now would be much closer to the street than the very small home at 1325 East Warm Springs Avenue. I happen to be on the other side of the house. I'm on the east side, and my house is further back, and that's fine. We're just worried that it's even further closer than 1325. So 1325 on Warm Springs is that little house that used to have like rock out front, and they've just been modifying it, taking it back to the original. It's absolutely gorgeous. So you might remember that one. But we're afraid of the house being forward, drawing more attention to the new home. We love that they added trees, things like that to, try to make it disappear, but we'd love to see it set back a little further if that's at all possible to do. The rest of the design seemed fine. Garage seemed a little high, but that was where the board sat, was just, it was house placement was our biggest concern, just moving it back to be a little closer in alignment. The other house that unfortunately was added to my other side that was new, they had that line up with my house. So it just feels like this is way far forward when you add the steps and the porch in there. From a personal note, the only thing I'm not liking is the extra high garage blocking light and the arborvitae blocking light. I'm used to having like 40 feet to that little tiny house that was there. It just is what it is. And I'm sorry, the House of Flowers couldn't go on there as well.
Is that everything, Melissa?
That's it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having the Tates be neighbors.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And next we'll have Sheila Grisham from ENA.
Sheila, it appears you are unmuted and should be able to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right. I just would like to say that I appreciate everything that the Tates have done to try and make the House of Flowers work. I was with Brittany Sigliano and Paula Benson in a lot of those conversations, and knowing how much work they put into that and how much effort they put into that, I really do appreciate it. It's sad, but totally understandable as well. I think the plans for the new house it looks like it will fit in perfect, especially with the house to the west. The only thing I would say is mimic what Melissa said about the front setback. And we wish the Tates the best of luck on their venture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any member of the public wishing to testify this evening?
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. If the applicant would like to come back, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is Lauren Tate. Can I say something?
Absolutely.
So I appreciate what Melissa and Sheila, thank you both so much for your kind thoughts. We're very excited to be neighbors. And Melissa, we'll work with you on the trees. I know you weren't wild about the trees, and we'll work with you on that. With regard to the setback issue, one concern we have is because of the steepness of the lot, we do want to be able to use some backyard. And we've designed it with the patio so that we can do that. I understand the concern. I believe that when we obtained approval from this commission for the House of Flowers, the house was set back to match the house to the west of us. So not Melissa's house, but the house to the west. So that would be, I think, Jason, if I'm not mistaken, that would be pushed back another 3 feet from where it is now, which I don't think would be a problem, such that the front of the porch would line up with the front of the house to the west. That's what this commission approved before for the House of Flowers.
And that setback distance is accurate, Lauren. We're in front of it by approximately 3 to 3.5 feet right now. It's just going to push your rear porch then closer to that irrigation canal.
Yeah, and that makes the construction a lot more expensive. So certainly if the commission obviously wants us to move it back, I understand that. We would like to move it back certainly no more than 3 feet. And if we could have some leeway in that, we would appreciate that.
Thank you, Lauren. Do you have anything further?
We don't. We're just excited to get going. And I think the neighbors are tired of having this keep coming up.
Thank you so much. And with that, I'll go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing and we'll consider a motion.
Can we have a discussion first?
We sure
Or do
can.
we have to have a motion?
We can absolutely have discussion.
I don't like the design of the house, as I've said a million times so far. Standard 3 says that each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. And I know everybody's tired of me saying it, but I keep saying it until we actually get new design. People say, why can't I have a craftsman? And if you keep building a craftsman, we don't get to see the progress and change in the field of architecture over time. We wouldn't have mid-century modern houses sitting on warm springs if they weren't permitted to be built when they were built. So for new construction, I really would like to see, and if it's not this house, it's future houses, something of its time and not a replica of a historic craftsman house. That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion or motion, additional discussion?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that part of our mission, though, also is to maintain the historic character and integrity. And we have the community coming out saying they like this design, they feel like it fits in, they don't want something that stands out and is modern and doesn't fit with the character of the houses surrounding it. And so I think we need to consider that as well. And I really like the design. I think, you know, it will be new and fresh and clean, like it does hearken to a traditional craftsman. But I don't see a problem with that given Warm Springs and the houses that exist there and the character they're trying to maintain.
Thank you, Commissioner Maroney. Any additional discussion or a motion? Okay, I suppose I'll state my feelings, my opinion. We have seen this lot, this project, not this specific project, but regarding this lot, probably, I don't even know, more times than I can count on my fingers. And this is one that I'm actually incredibly excited about. It's an incredibly difficult lot to build on. And the fact that this is what they've brought forward after spending thousands of dollars trying to make what was work, I think is great. And I think it's going to be a beautiful addition to the Warm Springs Historic District, but also to the East End as a whole. So I am happy to support this project. And with that, I will entertain a motion. For additional discussion.
Madam Chair, I am struggling with this one greatly. I cannot support this proposal. first of all, as regarding this design, I actually agree with Commissioner Brown in her statement about not replicating what used to be done in architecture, but architecture of its time. So I think we need to pay attention to that. It is in our guidelines for the future, but I can't support this one because I took down a contributing house, and in the certificate of appropriateness that was approved, that approval of taking down a contributing house was based on the fact another contributing house is going to be put there. It's come to this twice, I believe, has it come to the commission in the past for demolition of this house. The last time I believe the application was withdrawn, but DRH 17-00450 on December 18th of 2017, it was unanimous vote to deny the application to demolish the house. That was 3 years ago. So while I understand completely some of the things the applicant has said about the cost in that, I really, really wish that would have been done before the house was demolished. And because of that, I will not be able to support approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Would someone like to bring forward a motion?
Okay, I motion to deny this one. Can you, which number is it again? DHR.
It is DRH 20-00490.
Okay, so I motion to deny DHR 20-00490 because it does not meet standard 3 of the standards for rehabilitation.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Koski, are you talking? I can't, you're muted.
Thank you. I apologize. It's getting late. I will second that and ask for clarification from Commissioner Brown on standards 3, please.
Oh, Commissioner Brown, you're muted.
All right, sorry. So the 10 standards for rehabilitation, page 4 of our design guidelines for residential. Each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjunctural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken.
Victoria, will you go ahead and call the roll?
Koski,
Aye.
Weaver,
No.
Maroney,
No.
Brown,
Aye.
Pape,
Nay.
Montoto.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 4 opposed.
With that, I will entertain a second motion or a new motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Maroney.
I move to approve DRH 200049 as long as they agree to all of staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Pape. Victoria, will you call the roll?
Koski,
Nay.
Weaver,
Aye.
Maroney,
Aye.
Brown,
Nay.
Pate,
Aye.
Montoto.
Aye.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation this evening. I know it's late. Enjoy your December, and we will see you next month.
Thank you, and Madam Chair, thank you. Welcome back. It's good to have you back this month.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Costa.
Good night.